What is up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Limited Resources. This episode number 776. My name is Marshall. I'm one of your Limited Resources, and joining me on the line all the way from Denver, Colorado, it's Luis Scott-Vargas. Luis, we still got you. You're still here.
Yeah. For the time being,
hanging on. Are we going to make it through the set review?
It's literally any time now. Like the bags are packed, the car's ready. Like it's we'll see what ends up happening, but we're excited.
Is it still like it was like in the movies back in the day where it's like this mad rush, or is it a more calm thing now?
So that's typically not the experience. Circumstances are different, of course, in a lot of different in different cases. But yes, rarely is it such that you're like, you gotta be out of here in 2 minutes, or you're gonna have a baby in your car. Like that usually does not end up happening.
Okay, well, if I see a tap on your shoulder during the course of our Foundations set review here, we'll know exactly what's going on. That's right, we're going to be reviewing every common and uncommon in Foundations today. Getting back to basics, it seems. Let's find out. We're going to dive into each and every one. We're going to give them a grade. We're also going to talk about, more importantly, we're going to talk about what we like about them, where they might fit in a certain archetype, or if we think they're really great or really bad, so that you can get ahead of the curve and understand this set before you do your first draft, and then you can start to fill in the gaps as you go. Before we jump into the cards, I did want to say thank you to each and every person who supports us on Patreon. It's patreon.com/limited resources. And we really appreciate everybody who does that. If you do support us, you get a thank you card and a sticker in the mail, no matter what level, and you get access to our Patreon feed. Thank you once again to each and every person who does. We also want to say thank you to Ultimate Guard. They've sponsored the show for a while now, and they make the best stuff on the market when it comes to protecting your cards, your decks, your collection. You're going to find it there. Deck boxes, card sleeves, albums, binders, playmats, all that kind of stuff. They've got a new line called Squaros that they've come out with which are like branded deck boxes that are kind of collectible in and of themselves. They just came out with the DC Superheroes version. So if you're a big fan of, Green Lantern or Batman or whatever, you can get a Squaro of that. You can check out all of their products at ultimateguard.com. And you could pick up any of them from your favorite local game store or your favorite online store. Thanks, Ultimate Guard. We really appreciate it. Luis, before we dive into actual cards, I mentioned briefly, but we will be giving each and every one of these cards a grade at the end of our discussion.
Yes, and as usual, we're using the grading scale with an A through F, as well as 2 subgrades. And A's are bombs, game winners, cards that are good in many situations, especially when behind, and the best cards in the set, Overlord of the Mistmoors, Valgavoth's Onslaught. B's are cards that actively pull you towards their colors, or in this case, color pairs. This is a very classic set. You're going to see that with the themes of all the color pairs, and the fact that it's mostly just, 2 color pairs is what's supported. So we're talking cards like Optimistic Scavenger or Unnerving Grasp, kind of like the good uncommons or maybe the best commons. C's are playable. These are kind of replaceable, the pawns of limited. And this is where kind of like decent creatures, decent removal, nothing too exciting, but cards you're not unhappy to put in your deck. Cards like Manifest Dread or Seized from Slumber. D's are the cards that are sometimes playable, though you would prefer not to run them. Cards like Anthropede or Balemerc Leech, just cards that are a little too weak or a little too slow or a little too situational. Cards you generally don't feel great about having too many of these in your deck. And then F's, of course, are cards that are basically just always unplayable. The Leyline Cycle, for example. Our subgrades are sideboard, cards that you would not typically play in your main deck or aren't great in the main deck, but can be very good out of the sideboard. A card like Pyroclasm from Duskmourn. Or build-arounds is the second category. We've got cards that on their own don't necessarily do enough, but if you give them the proper build-around support, they can be one of the best cards in your deck. Cards like Threats Around Every Corner or Gremlin Tamer.
All right. And as usual, we'll be putting the emphasis on the discussion side of things rather than the grade. It's more of a punctuation mark. We're going to start with the gold uncommons. This is a very traditional looking set. Looks like they're trying to get way back to their roots with this from a limited perspective and how things are structured. So we're going to start with our gold signpost uncommons. There's 10 of them, one for each color pair. And the idea behind this is that we can usually glean some hints about what the color pair is trying to do strategically based on this one card. Sometimes it leads you a little astray, but for the most part, it'll point you in the right direction. Our first card up is Empyrean Eagle. This is 1 blue-white for a 2/3 flying bird spirit. All of this next block are uncommon, so I'll just assume you know that. And then other creatures you control with flying get +1/+1. Luis, the first thing you think of when you think of blue-white and limited is a flyer stack, right?
Definitely. And I think that this is, again, really kind of classic gameplay. I really like the look of the set. Empyrean Eagle plays into a theme that you see in tons of blue-white, color pairings across almost every set. And it's a fine card. I mean, 3 mana, 2/3 flying, pumps to other flyers. It's not a card that I'm going to be excited to first pick, really, because often, look at this card. You play it, they kill it. You got no advantage out of this, whereas a lot of the cards in this cycle are cards that give you some kind of lasting advantage even when interacted with. Empyrean Eagle does press the offense pretty nicely. It makes 1 mana, 1/1 flyer type cards a lot better. Even just random 2 or 3 drop flyers can be quite strong. So I think it's kind of like a C+. It doesn't hit the B level, which is where you want to see a lot of these build-arounds.
Definitely. This one is going to be leaning very hard on the cards that are around it. Right, if there's a couple of really good cheap 1 or 2 mana flyers, then a turn 3 Empyrean Eagle can make it so that they must disrupt you or they will lose in the air. But if not, then it just kind of does what it does until it dies. C+ for Empyrean Eagle. Next is Dreadwing Scavenger. This is 1 blue-black for a 2/2 flying nightmare bird. And it says whenever this creature enters or attacks, draw a card, then discard a card. Nice. So that kind of goes to what you were just talking about, Luis. You get a loot just for this thing hitting the battlefield, regardless of whether it gets killed right away. And then it also has Threshold, which cares about having 7 or more cards in your graveyard. And this one says this creature gets +1/+1 and has Death Touch as long as you've got Threshold.
So Threshold is a nice blue-black theme. Blue-black is pretty good at getting to Threshold with cards like looting or card draw or just spells in general, right? You cast like a duress type effect and you put a card in your graveyard, whereas a creature doesn't always make it right to your graveyard. This is a pretty solid one. I mean, it's one of those cards that both enables the theme by giving you some loots and also pays you off. When you get Threshold, this does actually work pretty nicely. So Dreadwing Scavenger is a solid card, and I would give this a B. If you're, we're kind of evaluating all of these as if you are in blue-black, because pick one, pack one, you don't usually want to take a 2-color card. Like if there's a card that's a B that's 2 colors and a card that's a B that's 1 color, you should just take the card that is a 1 colors because you're going to play it more often. But if you were in blue-black, you'd be very happy with this card.
Yeah, definitely. Seems fine to me. The question I have is is the loot that you're getting when it ATBs just a hand smoothing type thing, a little bit of threshold enabling, or is it like there's something I really want to have in my graveyard, that type of thing? Because that one guaranteed loot can go a long way, or it can just be a small incremental advantage. But I'll tell you, if somebody plays Dreadwing Scavenger on 3, they get the loot right away and you kill it, you're already going to feel like, they kind of got something for it. But if you don't kill it and they get to just start slapping you with this thing, that's way, way worse for you. Like their hand is going to improve a lot over the next couple of turns. Next is Perforating Artist. This is 1 black-red for a 3/2 devil. It's got Death Touch, which is a little weird on a 3/2 sometimes. But anyway, it has Raid. It says at the beginning of your end step, if you attack this turn, each opponent loses 3 life unless that player sacrifices a non-land permanent of their choice or discards a card. It's a weird little card.
Yeah. Raid is not that hard to accomplish. Like this doesn't need to have attack. Like, so if you play a 2-drop and attack and play this, they're probably just taking an additional 3, which is pretty nice. Like you mentioned, a 3/2 Death Touch isn't really like the premier stats, like because Death Touch and a 3/2, like most of the time you're going to be able to kill something anyway. But it does play well in combat. It can annoy the opponent. Like I think it's a solid card. This looks like a B-. Like I wouldn't be super stoked about it, but I would be totally happy to play this card if I was in black-red.
Yeah, because I look at that raid triggered ability, the 2 sides of it. On one side, it's not that strong. When you give your opponent those choices, that's a lot. They can basically maneuver it so that it has minimal impact on them. And those are three very different things that they're choosing from. So that will give them even a better way to kind of work around it. But it's also like, it's not free, but it's like easy to get. Like you said, you don't even have to attack with the artist itself. So, getting that trigger 1, 2, 3 times, it does start to add up. And it's like, it starts putting them in a position at some point where it starts to get pretty annoying. And this card really isn't asking anything of you. A 3/2 Death Touch is already okay. So yeah, I like B for Perforating Artist. Looks fine. Next is Ruby Daring Tracker. This is the red-green 1/2 legendary human scout with haste. And she taps to add red or green. So you got a little mana creature here with haste, which can be interesting. And then it says, whenever Ruby attacks while you control a creature with power 4 or greater. And that's kind of the thing we should be, this is the big hint on the signpost here. Ruby gets +2/+2 until end of turn.
Yeah, we played with this card already, so we know kind of how good it was. This was in Wilds of Eldraine. Mm-hmm. The fact that it's a 3/4 sometimes is relevant, but doesn't come up like a ton. Like, for that to be super relevant, it's like you have to have this and another creature and have the stats matter, which will definitely happen sometimes.
Yeah.
But mostly this is a mana dork that has like additional upside in the late game. One thing I am noticing about these cards, especially compared to, coming off of Duskmourn, which I don't expect the experiences to be the same. I'm actually really looking forward to the basic gameplay of Foundations, or the more like kind of classic gameplay. I've liked sets like that in the past. M10's one of my all-time favorites, for example. Mm-hmm. These aren't build-arounds in the sense that like, oh, I'm going to put, like Gremlin Tamer or, Oblivious Bookworm into my deck and build around it and get a huge reward. Ruby Daring Tracker is just a fine card. It gets a little better in red-green, of course, because you're going to have more 4-power creatures. But if I had one copy of this wouldn't make me take a 4-power creature that I otherwise didn't want. Whereas cards that are a little stronger, I mean, we're going to get to Fiendish Panda pretty quickly. And that's a card that really rewards you, the black-white one. So we're going to see that. But this one, it's a B. It's a good card. It's not a card that I would slam first and try to build around.
Yeah, it's a little tough because what they're trying to do is they're trying to shore up the normal weakness with a mana creature, right? Which is that it kind of loses its utility the further you go into the game. This one has a very clean gameplay where, assuming your mana cooperates, you can play Ruby, power out a 4-power or more creature a turn sooner, and then after you've kind of used up the mana utility of Ruby, you can start turning her sideways, and it 3/4 or start to bash pretty hard pretty quick. I think the tough part is too, though, the red and green mana cost on a mana creature is a little tough. But yeah, I like B for her as well. Next is Good Fortune Unicorn. This is 1 green-white for a 2/2 unicorn. And it says, whenever another creature you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on that creature. That's simple.
Yeah. Very clear build around. Play this, then play more creatures. And what I like about this is if you can, like, on turn 5, play this and play a 2-drop, they kill the unicorn, you still keep that other counter, and that's pretty nice. Or you play this on turn 3, and if they don't have a removal spell, you're going to get paid off next turn pretty nicely. It also works really nicely with creature tokens. It just says enter, so if you have, ways to make multiple tokens at once, then this card can pretty much pop off. So a B for Good Fortune Unicorn, and a bit more of a build around, but again, this doesn't make you do that much you wouldn't normally do. You're probably going to put a bunch of creatures in your deck if you're green-white.
Right. So that one's an easy one to enable. Next is the card you just mentioned, Louise, Fiendish Panda. This is 2 white-black for a 3/2 bear demon. Wow. And whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. And it says when this creature dies, return another target non-bear creature card with mana value less than or equal to this creature's power from your graveyard to the battlefield.
Non-bear creature is really funny, but that's obviously because you don't want 2 of these to start like looping.
Oh, they'll just keep going. Yeah.
So at its base level, it can get a 4-drop or less. So that part actually works so well that you don't actually need life gain to put this card in your deck. It's a good card no matter what. But gaining life and making this bigger is a pretty good reward. So you would want to combine this with life gain. But yeah, the power level is actually high enough. This is a B, and it may be a B plus in a heavy life gain deck. But I can't imagine ever cutting this from a white-black deck.
No way.
it's just too easy to use. Like it's going to get most of your creatures back no matter what.
Yeah, and this is one that like you can't wait to trade it off. You know, you just throw it in front, and then if you happen to have incidental life gain, and this thing becomes a 5/4, it's like great. Next is Balmor Battle Mage Captain. This is blue-red for a 1/3 legendary bird wizard with flying. And it says whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, creatures you control get +1/+0 and gain trample until end of turn. This thing, it didn't really get to shine that much, right? What was it in? Dominaria or something?
Yeah, I think it was Dominaria.
But I remember this card, like this is a type of card that you can play and like win the game that turn.
Right?
Dominaria United. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a type of card though that you can play and fire off just like a cantrip into some combat trick or whatever, and like the game's over. Like if you have any type of board state, because it gives all your creatures +1/+0 and trample. That's a big difference. This card's powerful. It depends on how well it's supported with the instants and sorceries sub theme, but like these type of cards can pile on a heck of a lot of damage for one big explosive turn.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty good reward. This I like a lot because it's also kind of weak if you don't use it. So I like cards, unsurprisingly, in the build around category of maybe not good enough if you don't do it, but really good when you do. And Balmor does kind of fit that role. My guess is that I mean, I want to give it a B because I think that's where these cards tend to land. If you're in blue-red, you're not going to cut this card from your deck almost ever. Like it would be a kind of weird blue-red deck. I guess if you had 4 spells in your deck, you'd probably cut it. But it's just, why are you blue-red if you're doing that? That's just not a typical configuration.
And how close is it for you for that? Because it's still a 2-mana 1/3 flyer.
Yeah, I mean, 2-mana 1/3 flyer is not good enough, but the threat of this is nice. And one cool thing about cards like this is you're playing against an opponent, you play a Balmor on like turn 4 alongside maybe something else. They're going to probably try to kill it if they can. They're not going to bank on you having no spells on your next turn. So you might know that your Balmor is kind of like a C- Balmor. They're going to have to evaluate it as if it's like a B level Balmor because unless they have information like it's game 2 or 3, you don't really want to ignore a card like this where every spell is equal to 2 to 3 damage plus making attacks that wouldn't otherwise happen. Like your 2/2 can attack into their 3/3 now. So I like B for Balmor, and you try to enable it. It probably won't be too hard to do so.
Yeah, perception is reality with Balmor. Next is Wardens of the Cycle. This is 1 black, green, so 4 total mana for a 3/4 elf warlock, and it has Morbid. It says at the beginning of your end step, if a creature died this turn, choose 1. And you can either gain 2 life or draw a card and lose 1 life.
Yeah, Morbid is traditionally a very weak mechanic. So
very hard.
I do want to kind of set the stage there where, like, for example, one of the first Morbid cards you saw was like Moorcrut Banshee. It's like 3 black, 4/4, ETB, Morbid, give a creature -4/-4. And I can tell you from playing that format a lot, that was original Innistrad, that card was just a 5-mana 4/4 vanilla, basically always. It was just so hard to make that work. The upside, though, on Wardens of the Cycle, this sits in play, and it has a lot of turns where it can work. It doesn't just work the turn you play it. So that's a huge upside. I think that there's a reason they made it that way instead of on ETB, because now you get to go play this. They don't kill it. Next turn, spend your mana to kill something. That's a lot harder to do if you have only 1 turn window. As to the effect, you probably are drawing a card and losing a life 8 out of 10 times. But if you need to gain 2 life, it's a lot better to be able to gain 2 life than to have to lose a life.
Yeah.
So I like this card. I think that this is going to be one of those cards. It's kind of like a card in the Enduring cycle, like they have Enduring Innocence or Curiosity in play, right? From Duskmourn. When they have that card in play, you're like, oh, I really need to like try to find a way to get that off the board, or they're going to start drawing cards. If your opponent plays this on turn 4 and your play is play a creature and send the turn back, you're not going to feel good about that.
You're screwed.
You are going to assume it's just going to be bad for you.
Definitely. I really like this card. Like I can see why they made it difficult to cast, with black, green in the mana cost. This thing sitting on the battlefield's a big problem. It turns any removal spell, as long as you're willing to cast it on your turn, into a cantrip. Like kill your thing, draw a card. Like there's no deck in Limited that can keep up with that, right? If you get to turn removal spells into, and I also draw a card, and yes, I do lose a life. And then There's also the scenario where you're behind a bit. And like you said, 2 out of 10 times that you gain the 2 life, now your removal spell to kill their biggest threat plus give yourself a life buffer, can also be a thing. So yeah, to me, you pointed out the critical change in this is in that it's just all the time. You just need to remember it only triggers at the beginning of your end step.
Yeah.
So, if
another play you can make with this card, by the way, is attack with a 2/2 that maybe you don't care about, or a 1/1. They block with their 3/3, then you just play this and you draw a card and you lose life. It's kind of like sacking a 1/1 to draw a card and losing a life is great.
It's really good, and they didn't know it was coming. So yeah, I like B trending towards B plus for Wardens of the Cycle.
I kind of like B plus on Wardens of the Cycle. Really what might limit it is it does cost green, black.
Yeah.
So the mana costs are a little tough. When you draw 3 swamps in a forest, you're going to feel it. But this is, of all the cards here, the one the most excited I think I would to take early. This or maybe the Dreadwing Scavenger. So yeah, that means something. The next one is a banger. We know that. It's red-white. It's Heroic Reinforcements, 2 red-white sorcery. Make 2 1/1 white soldiers, then give all your creatures +1/+1 in haste. So, I mean, this is a scaled down Midnight Mayhem, though this did actually get printed before it. We saw this, I don't remember which set.
It was a core set, yeah.
Yeah, getting 4 mana for 2/2 hasters plus the rest of your squad gets +1/+1 is pretty beefy. And at the top of your curve, like if you go 2-drop, 3-drop into this, obviously that's just going to set them up to take 10 that turn, or have to make like bad trades where they trade a 2/2 for what's going to be a 1/1 next turn. They trade a 3/3 for one of your 2/2s. And if you just top deck this in a stalled board, I assume most of the time that's going to lead to a win. So this plays into, unsurprisingly, exactly what Red White's theme tends to be, which is basically aggression with a splash of go wide, and that's
small creatures.
That's what this really does support. So I like B plus for Heroic Reinforcements. I think this one is going to end a lot of games.
Me too. And there's many scenarios where this is much better than Midnight Mayhem. I mean, this like ends games that Midnight Mayhem sometimes doesn't. You get a little different thing with them, but I mean, this card's really powerful. If it's supported at all, it'll be one of the best uncommons. And now we get to the good stuff, Luis. Our last
I knew
one.
it. We saved the best for last here.
We did. You were saying you were excited for Wardens of the Cycle. How about Tatiova Benthic Druid? This is 3 green-blue for a 3/3 legendary Merfolk Druid with landfall. You gain a life and draw a card. Oh, this card's so great. I mean, at least in the format it was in, which was old school Dominaria, I think, right? That's where we first saw it. I don't remember, but yeah, at any rate, this card was amazing in that relatively slow multicolored format. And I'm hoping that this format supports it as well.
Yeah. I mean, this is again, classic blue-green ramp. Just that's straight up what this rewards. And the real key to Tatiova is think of this as a 6-drop in your head. You want to play this on 6, like turn 6, play this, play a land, lock in that 1 life on a card. And, if you do that, even if they kill it, you're pretty happy. And if they don't kill it, the game is going to go really well for you most of the time.
Yeah, the thing that you have to realize about it is that it feeds itself, right? So you play the land, you draw a card. If they can't kill it, they pass it back to you. You draw your card for the turn. You've seen 3 cards in that turn cycle. If any of them are lands, you play it and you draw a card. And guess what? You just get to keep going. Like you tend to not miss a land drop for the rest of the game if you can hit 1 or maybe sometimes 2 after you've played it, but usually just 1's enough. So that's why it's such a focal point. Do you want to go B plus or A minus for Tatiova?
Honestly, I want to start at an A- out of the hope that that's where it lands. If the format's fast enough, it's going to be closer to a B+. Of note, Evolving Wilds is in the set, and so if you can set that up, you really get to pop off. You play this, play Evolving Wilds, crack Evolving Wilds, draw 2, gain 2, and because the cycle of the cons lands, that like Blossoming Sands, ETB tapped, gain a life taps for 2 colors are in, you can definitely splash this card and other cards. I mean, I think this still is going to be more of a 2-color set than a 3-color set, but those lands do help a lot.
Okay, so I need to make a mana base that can support Wardens of the Cycle into Tatiova. That's what you're telling me?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm in. All right, A- for Tatiova. That's it for the signposts. We rotate through the colors that we start on. The next one we're going to be doing here is red, as it turns out. And that means that our first red card is Bolt Wave, which is red for a sorcery. This one's uncommon, and it does 3 damage to each opponent.
Yeah, so this is a lava spike that plays a little better in Commander. I would not
like
put
an
this
F.
card in my deck basically ever. Yeah, it's an F.
Yeah, it's an F.
Just doing damage straight to your opponent's face is not a good use of a card.
No, it's a nice upside on, for example, Burst Lightning, which is our next card, which is a common. Burst Lightning is red for an instant, and it says it does 2 damage to any target, but it's got a kicker cost of 4, and if you kick it, it does 4 damage instead. So this gives you the option of doing it to your opponent, similar to Bolt Wave, but you can hit anything. You can hit creatures or planeswalkers or whatever. I mean,
Burst Lightning, all I can already tell you is in the running for best common, because for 1 mana, you get to kill something small, maybe ping them, but that's usually not gonna need to be the case, because by the time you get to the point where you want to go face, this does 4 damage. That's so much.
Yeah.
Imagine you drafted like 2 of these and you drew both, and you ended up in a spot where you go end of turn 4, you untap 4. I played original Zendikar a lot, and I can tell you that was a play that did happen. And in the late game, it can also just kill a 4/4. So you have a card that functions as shock, which shock is, especially given how assertive most formats tend to be and how much 2-drops matter. Shock is just a good card. And this also just has the ability to deal 4 at a pretty big extra mana investment, but you already got paid off by putting shock in your deck. You then get the additional kicker bonus. So Burst Lightning, honestly, I think is a B. I think it's just maybe a B, maybe even a B plus.
Definitely.
Actually, I would give it a B plus, because looking at all the signpost cards, this is better than all the signpost uncommons. Maybe the exception of Tatiova.
Yeah, and it kills all of them.
And then once, of course, you factor in that you should take a mono red card versus a 2-color card, you should just take this, pick one over all of them.
Yeah,
honestly.
for sure. It's also,
you would take Tatiova every time, but
of course I would. Of course I would. But Burst Lightning, also becomes a game plan in an aggressive deck late. 4 damage is a lot at instant speed to go to the face, right? You can craft a game plan where you might be able to make an attack that would leave your board decimated, but gets them down to 4, and then you go Burst Lightning you. Like, that happens. It offers you flexibility of game plan as well as raw power. To me, by the way, Luis, Burst Lightning might be the perfect burn spell design. Like, of course I love Lightning Bolt and all that, but Lightning Bolt has proven to be a bit too powerful. But Burst Lightning, to me, that's a nice one. Like, this is kind of hits at all the right spots, and I don't know, that might be the best designed burn spell. So B plus for Burst Lightning. Next is Fanatical Firebrand. This is red for a 1/1 Goblin Pirate at common. It's got haste, and you can tap it and sack it to have it do 1 damage to any target.
I want to put in a little templating note here. They've updated it from tap sack Fanatical Firebrand to tap sacrifice this creature. They basically replaced putting creatures' names in with this creature in their text box, which I think is just an unambiguously good idea. You don't need to write out the
simpler.
whole
Okay, yeah.
It just reads also closer to plain English, which I think is better. Anyways, Fanatical Firebrand is an okay card. It's rarely bad. I mean, you get the fact that you get to choose where that point of damage goes at any time means it always trades up for a 2/1 flyer or something along those lines. Can peck in for a little bit of damage. Red has some good aggressive decks here, so it's good with Morbid. I like Fanatical Firebrand. I think it's a solid card. You don't want multiples very often, because the second deal 1 is a lot worse than the first one. Usually you don't need access to 3 in the same game. So I would say this is a C, just a straight up C. And the second one is closer to a D. So try not to run multiples unless you have some way to make use of them. Yeah.
The way that these usually play out is that you either need your deck to be very, very aggressive, or you need to be able to augment your creatures, in some way. If you can throw some equipment, then Firebrand gets up. But the floor is higher than it looks on Firebrand. So yeah, C for that. Next
it's also a really good sideboard card where if you're playing best of 3, the second and third ones could easily come in. You play against the right deck, and all of a sudden it just becomes a card you really want. Yeah,
the more targets they have where it just becomes a 1 mana removal spell, then it goes up in value a ton. And you should think of it that way, by the way. You should think of it as like a red sorcery that does 1 damage to a target, but you get this great upside of being able to just attack with it a few times or block with it and sack it, or, like Louis said, enable a synergy or something. It really does do all the little things. Next is Frenzied Goblin, which is red for a 1/1 Goblin Berserker. It is uncommon, and it says whenever this creature attacks, you may pay red. If you do, target creature can't block this turn. This card's so annoying.
Yeah, I remember playing with this in original Ravnica was where it was first printed. And the way this card plays out, it's kind of like any of the white creatures that like tap a creature when they attack. If they just have one blocker, like, the field is open, you just get to bash them. And what it means is this pairs really nicely with removal and pump spells. Because imagine a situation where your opponent's got a 3/3 and you have like Frenzied Goblin and like a 2/2 or two 2/2s. You go. They play a second creature and then they pass back because you've already put them to 11, so they don't want to attack you. You then untap, shock their 2/2, attack with Frenzied Goblin, make their 3/3 can't block. They take 5. Next turn they play another creature, and again they can't attack. And if you have one more way to push something through, you basically just win. And even if you don't, if you make that attack, they have to then block Frenzied Goblin to get it off the board, and your rest of your creatures hit them for a bunch of damage. So it can be really effective in an aggressive deck. Obviously, it's quite bad outside of an aggressive deck.
Yes.
So I would give it a C+, but just know that this has some pretty high upside games.
Definitely. And I agree, C+ for Frenzied Goblin, because it is only good if you're attacking, so you need to be aggressive. Next is Abrade, which is 1 and a red for an instant. At uncommon, it says choose one. It deals 3 damage to a target creature, or you can destroy target artifact. Abrade's nice.
Everyone knows how good this card is. Like it's a B. It basically always is.
I mean, it had a long run in cube, like very good. B for Abrade. Next is Axguard Cavalry. This is 1 and a red for a 2/2 Dwarf Berserker at common. And it has the activated ability tap. Target creature gains haste until end of turn.
So we saw this in Kaldheim, and it's an okay card. It's like a pretty decent version of this effect. They've made a bunch of different creatures that grant haste before. If you're aggressive and you want 2-drops, you're not going to cut this very often. But the games where you like use the ability just don't happen tons because you're also giving up a 2/2 attacker. And the decks that want this most don't usually have giant creatures in them. So I would give Axguard Cavalry a C-. I think it's an okay card, but not one I'm like that excited about.
Yeah, the keys to these type of cards are, 1, do they cost mana? Because if they do, then they set you off curve and it's not worth it. This doesn't, so that's good. And then the other thing is, like, are you playing green with it? Because if you are, this thing can turn your 4/4s and 5/5s that come a little later in the game into like very pressing issues for your opponent. But if that's not true, this card does lose a lot of its luster. You just want to turn it sideways most of the time. So C- for Axguard Cavalry. Next is Bulk Up. This is 1 and a red for an instant at uncommon. It says double target creature's power until end of turn, which is kind of interesting. And then it also has flashback. So for 4 red, you can cast this card from your graveyard, but then you exile it. So you get to do this twice, potentially. What is your take on double target creature's power? Is that something with the new blocking rules?
No, that doesn't really matter too much. Like, I just don't think this card is good. The problem is doubling a creature's power will make it trade with anything most of the time, but you're never really getting an advantage out of it unless you have like a first striker, or if you're like trying to kill them with a big trampler. I just don't think that's going to happen. Like, compare this to a card that gives double strike. Those cards tend to be okay, but not incredible. And this is like a little worse. Much worse. Yeah. So this honestly looks like an F to me. Like, I just don't think you should put this card in your deck. Flashback for 6 mana does not do much for me either.
So you're not going to save up 8 mana?
To quad power? No.
F for Bulk Up. Next is
this is an F that can win you a game. Yes. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I just think like this is like the Lava Spike. Like, you really shouldn't be putting these cards in your deck.
And both of those are classic, cards I never win with, but always seem to beat me candidates. Next is Courageous Goblin. This is 1 and a red for a 2/2 goblin. It's common. It says whenever this creature attacks while you control a creature with power 4 or greater, okay, there it is. This creature gets +1/+0 and gains menace until end of turn. Fine.
Yeah, so this is a little bit like Hand That Feeds. Instead of Delirium, you need a 4-power creature. It only gets +1/+0 instead of +2/+0. So that is different, but it'll play out similarly, which is it's a 2-mana 2/2, and then at some point, pretty early on, honestly, you'll get to attack as a 3/2 menace. I like this. It's a C. It's not like a spectacular card, but this is going to be a good part of aggressive red decks and gives you a reward for having 4-power creatures. So it's pretty neat.
Flavor's pretty good too. Next is Firebrand Archer. This is 1 and a red for a 2/1 human archer at common. It says whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent.
Yeah, we saw this in Amonkhet,
Mm-hmm.
the second one, I think, Hour of Devastation, and it's a solid card. Like you have this card out, and it's going to ping your opponent here and there. If you're blue red, it can really threaten them. The tricky part is trying to find a deck that has the right balance of actually caring about your opponent's life total and being aggressive, which Balmor does point to that too. Maybe blue red's a little more on the aggressive side, but also having enough spells, and having a lot of spells doesn't usually coincide with aggression because you don't have as many creatures. So a bit of a balancing act, but you don't need tons of damage to make this worth it. If you play this and it deals 2 damage off of spells and then trades for another 2-drop, that's totally fine.
They did do one thing that's a little bit annoying. Balmor cares about instants and sorceries, and Firebrand cares about non-creature spells. So there is a little bit of a difference there, but it is better for the Archer. I would say build around C for Firebrand Archer. It would be quite a bummer to just throw this in any random deck. But, if you put it into your deck that is built even slightly towards that direction, it'll do enough damage to hold its own. Goblin Negotiation is next. It's red X for a sorcery at uncommon. It says Goblin Negotiation deals X damage to target creature. Create a number of 1/1 red goblin creature tokens equal to the amount of excess damage dealt to that creature this way.
Yeah. So let's say they have a 1 toughness creature. You're spending 5 mana to kill it and make 2 goblins. That's just okay. That's not that exciting. And spending 5 mana to kill a 3/3 just sounds extremely bad.
And you get no tokens that way.
Yeah.
Too inefficient for me. Yeah. I don't know if there's a green-red ramp deck, maybe 1 Goblin Negotiation makes it in, because that is a powerful effect. It's just they're charging too much.
Yeah.
You're getting inefficient removal and probably undersized creatures for the time frame at which they enter. I would say D for Goblin Negotiation.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think this card's very good.
It just looks bad. Next is
if it just made that many goblins, very different story.
That's what I was thinking when I was halfway through the card. I thought, okay, we got some business, but it's just the extra. What about Heartfire Immolator? I remember that one.
Yes, it's a 1 and a red for a 2/2 prowess, and you can sack a creature or sack this creature to deal damage equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker. You have to pay a red to do that. So 2 mana 2/2 prowess in a spell deck is totally fine. Getting to sack it to kill a creature is also pretty reasonable. So yeah, I don't mind the Immolator.
Yeah,
I would say it's like a C plus.
C plus.
It's not a B level card. It's never going to be outstanding.
No, it's like a build around B minus or C plus. It does do well in those decks because you just get that early prowess threat down. And this is a type of card where if you go this, do a couple of things, and then play Balmor plus 2 spells in the same turn, the Immolator's huge and it's hitting really hard, and then you can, pop it after combat to kill a thing or whatever. Slumbering Cerberus. This is 1 and a red for a 4/2 dog. It's uncommon. It says this creature doesn't untap during your untap step. Oh, it really is slumbering. And it's got morbid at the beginning of each end step this time, by the way. If a creature died this turn, untap this creature.
Yeah, this is cool. It's a good way to enable cards like Courageous Goblin. And
because it triggers either way.
What I mean, yes. What I mean is Courageous Goblin sees a 4-power creature and is pretty happy about that.
Right.
And then it also the drawback isn't going to come in much because you're going to just attack with this and they're going to block. It is a 4/2, though. That is typically not a very good stat line, just because you end up in a spot where it trades for 2-drops. But if you have 4-power matters things or good removal, this and Frenzied Goblin pair pretty nicely. You can sometimes you might even be able to make their 2/2 unable to block, and now they have a 4/4. They could either block the Goblin or take 4 from this. That's the sort of play you can make.
These cards also tend to trade up well. If you do happen to be
it's a good blocker.
Yeah.
And also if you're using this to block, you don't even care because it doesn't about the not untapping.
Right.
So
okay.
Yeah.
I kind of like
it.
2 mana 4/2. You got to pay a price for that. That is a lot of power for only 2 mana. I would say C plus for Slumbering Cerberus.
Yeah, I like C plus.
Sure Strike. 1 and a red instant common. Target creature gets +3/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn. This has been a good combat trick when we've seen it. This is one that gets enough damage through when you're doing it just for that and wins basically every combat.
Yeah, I think it's solid. It is a 2 mana trick.
Yep.
Like I like the +1/+0 for 1 mana a lot more usually, but I still think it plays out pretty well. And I would say this is like a C-, just an okay card to put in your red decks.
This is a playable combat trick. That's the category it goes into. Next is Thrill of Possibility. This is 1 in red for an instant at common, and it says, as an additional cost to cast this spell, discard a card, and you get to draw 2 cards.
These cards, they've been giving us like more incentives every set to play them, and then this goes back to the baseline. I guess it's an instant. Tormenting Voice was even worse at sorcery. I just think that limited doesn't really lend itself to these cards. It's okay in like a Spells Matter deck.
It's for the blue red
you can
deck.
put on the stack, but it's just not something that I'm all that excited about.
I'm kind of excited for the blue red deck. I just keep thinking like Balmor plus these type of cards, plus, we've already seen, a prowess creature double bulk up, Thrill of Possibility, Heartfire Immolator, Balmor, GG. Anyway, I'm probably dreaming here. I would give Thrill of Possibility a build around C. I want it in that deck and probably no others. Like, I know that some people think you can put those into the green red, and so you don't run out of gas late in the game, but I never actually end up putting that card in my deck.
That's fair. Build around C sounds good. Like you shouldn't put it in most decks, but it does have a place in the right deck.
Brazen Scourge is 1 red for a gremlin at uncommon. It's a 3/3 with haste.
It costs 1 red, which is a pretty big drawback because in terms of not being able to play it on 3. But I do think it's a pretty solid card, and you're going to be pretty happy to have this in your aggressive red decks. The red decks that are aggressive also look like they're going to be heavy red.
It's very very comforting. Just to see a 3/3 haste for 3 and just be like, it's uncommon. Is it good? It probably is fine. This type of card they don't print very much anymore. Would you go like C+ for Brazen Scourge?
Yeah, I like C+. Just note that you've got to build a deck that can get red reliably. We're talking 10 red sources or something like that.
Right, because you really want this on 3. Next is Crackling Cyclops. This is 2 in a red for a 0/4 Cyclops Wizard. It is common, and it says, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature gets +3/+0 until end of turn. Man, that Balmor is starting to look pretty good. I mean, giving trample plus another bump. I mean, if you cast an instant or sorcery with this out and that guy out, right? You're getting +4/+0 per and trample. And then if you have some other non-creatures, you'll still tack on the +3/+0. Again, this seems very narrow to me, but that deck is really coming into view at this point where, typically they tend to play one of 2 ways. One of them is this way, which is where you have one big turn where you kind of pop off and overwhelm your opponent. And then the other way it plays out is a Firebrand Archer style where you get incremental damage or bonuses from casting your stuff and you chip away at your opponent. Generally in the past, you've wanted to do one or the other. Maybe they'll work well together this time. I'm not sure. But Crackling Cyclops is like, that is a way to win. Like if they don't kill it and they tap out, you could be like, all right, I got this. I'm going to make this thing 9 power and it's going to have trample and they're not going to have any blocks or whatever.
Yeah, that can happen.
It's a little bit of a dream.
This does look a little weak. Like
definitely.
The fact that it doesn't attack unless you've cast a spell and, like it has no power without that. And it's just like kind of a weak blocker, unless you have instants, like a cheap instant obviously does go up in value then. This looks like it's going to be okay in those decks, but I'm really not seeing like Firebrand Archer and they're not cards that make me want to build a blue-red spells deck, really. Like maybe they're good enough for what's going on, but on their face, they're just a lot weaker than some of the cards, build-arounds we've seen in other sets.
Look, Luis, if Bulk Up didn't convince you, I don't know what will. No, this is a fairly weak card. I once again, I would give this a build around grade. I would expect it to effectively only go in the blue-red deck, and I would give it a C. Like it's just okay if you build around it. That's not much of a compliment. That means it's a fairly weak card. Next is Fiery Annihilation, which is 2 and a red for an instant and uncommon. And it says Fiery Annihilation deals 5 damage to target creature. Exile up to 1 target equipment attached to that creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead.
But you 3 mana basically kill any creature. And there are some equipment in this set. So like getting to nug an equipment at the same time is kind of nice too.
I mean, yeah, that to me is more or less unconditional removal, and the exile maybe not as important as it was in Duskmourn, but probably still a thing. It does usually matter on some level.
Yeah.
This won't trigger Morbid, for example, right? It would just get exiled.
Yeah, I mean all that adds up. Like this is a B level card. It's comparable to a Braid. Honestly, you might want this over a Braid, depending on what your other interaction looks like. Because I'd rather have an Annihilation and a Burst Lightning than a Braid and a Burst Lightning, because they cover different bases.
Yes, and this is more or less unconditional removal for anything. Next is Fire Spitter Whelp. It is 2 and a red for a 2/2 flying dragon. It's uncommon, and it says whenever you cast a non-creature or dragon spell, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. So we're splitting the difference again, Luis, between build up for 1 huge turn and finish your opponent off and chip away at them. You know, this is a flying firebrand archer of sorts.
Yeah. You get a 2/2 flyer, which attacks a little bit better than the Firebrand Archer, but you also invested more mana into it. All these cards are pointing at aggression, but again, you end up in this spot where you're like, okay, I have to have like 7 or 8 creatures, maybe 9 creatures to have 14 spells in my deck. And then if you play, your 2 of your creatures, they kill both because they have 6 or 5 removal spells in their deck. You haven't played any creatures yet. You don't really get a whole lot out of this. It doesn't block all that well. And if you're not attacking them, the ability doesn't do all that much. So I like this a little more. I'd probably give this like a C+ in the blue-red deck, but not a card that I'm super happy to be taking early or want to build around.
Now, this is the one that uncommon, you would hope that it would get a big, power bump, and that you could use it to push through 5 or 6 damage or something like that with 1 big turn. I think that my preference, even though it's a little more fragile for those type of decks, are the Crackling Cyclops style builds that can do sort of an overwhelming thing in 1 turn rather than hoping to ping your opponent down over time, which is what this is more close to doing. Goblin Borders. 2 and a red for a 3/2 Goblin Pirate at common, and it has Raid. This creature enters with a +1/+1 counter on it if you attack this turn. That's pretty good. Gets it up into that 4 power range as well.
Raid isn't too hard to get. Like you attack with your 2-drop and trade with their creature and then play this as a 3-mana 4/3. It's not like a 3-mana 4/3 is like raising tons of eyebrows these days, but it's decent.
Yeah, and at common, you could probably pick up a bunch of them and do that somewhat
and also just playing this as a 3-mana 3/2 if you have to is a fine fail case. It's not like you can't do that.
Yeah, and if you do get the Raid trigger, it's a 4-powered creature for cheap, which could turn on any number of other things in the green-red deck. So yeah, this looks like a C, Goblin Borders to me. What do you think?
Yeah, I like C for Goblin Borders. I don't think I would go higher, certainly.
Goblin Surprise is next. It's 2 and a red for an instant at common. It says choose 1. Creatures you control get +2/+0 until end of turn, or create 2 1/1 red goblin creature tokens. And it's an instant.
Kind of nice. It supports both ends of the spectrum. Like, are you going wide and you have this as a reward, or do you need to go wide and you can play this to enable yourself? Neither one is all that exciting. The better version is +2/+0. You would prefer to be doing that most of the time here, but it can really depend on kind of what the situation is. I think in red white you're not going to cut this very often. In other color combinations, it strikes me as something that could be easily cuttable.
Yeah, I would view it as a red-white card primarily, and then there's room for it in blue-red because it is a spell that is also a creature, if you want to view it that way, and it also does work with the big finish type turn where this is one of the things that you use to pump up, to do one major attack. But I would view it primarily as red-white. I would give it a C, though. I mean, This is maybe a C-. I don't know. It's not excelling at either, but that's an interesting mix to have. And, instant speed 2/1/1s can mess with combat either on defense or offense in a reasonable way.
Yeah. I like C for Goblin Surprise. I mean, you do have to adjust our expectations a little bit too. Like for every, there's a Burst Lightning, right, at common, Abraded, uncommon. Like these are like kind of standouts. A lot of these cards are in the C level, and they're about like they're not great. The power level of these are so much lower than some of the expert sets. So you do have to kind of grade on a curve in that sense.
What does Seismic Rupture do?
So it's 2 and a red. It's a sorcery. And it deals 2 damage to each creature without flying. So you basically are going to use this as kind of like a pyroclasm, but it doesn't hit flyers. So one of the big advantages you can gain is that against a deck with a bunch of non-flyers, you're playing blue-red and you cast this and it doesn't hit your flyers. But it looks okay. I mean, red-white does not want to play against this card. I don't know how good it's going to be in general. Like, I guess it's probably going to be decent against the white decks that don't have flyers or the red decks, but probably not, typically not very good against green or black or blue.
Right. So it's not good against white with blue, and it's not good against white with green.
Yeah, it's probably a sideboard card.
So it's probably just a sideboard card for Seismic Rupture. What about Battle Song Berserker?
This one's cool. It's 3 and a red. It's one of the cards I got to preview for a TCG player. It's 3 and a red for 3/4, and whenever you attack, target creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains menace. So it's basically like Most Valuable Slayer with the kind of exception, or if it's a 3/4 and it gives menace instead of first strike, which is a little bit worse. First strike, I think, is preferable, but still, you play this, attack with your 2/2, maybe they can't block it and they take 3, or you put it into a spot where they have to double block it and you can kill both things. And both of those sound pretty good to me.
What do you want to give it?
I would give this a C+, I think.
Yeah, that sounds right to me too.
Maybe a B-. Actually, no, I'd give this a B-. Looking at some of the other cards here, I feel like this card, it will actually be pretty solid.
Okay. Yeah, it is a little bit difficult to adjust our grades given that, we've got multiple years of superpowered creatures behind us now, but C plus B- range for that one. I know you love this next one, Hidetsugu's Second Right.
I do.
So first, what does it do? But is it like an actual card?
In what sense?
Like, would you ever play it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, what does it do?
It's 3 and a red for an instant uncommon. If target player has exactly 10 life, it deals 10 damage to that player. So the way I would like to use this is an aggressive red deck that has some like fanatical firebrands or firebrand archers. And I mean, if they're at 11, you can cast this and
the trigger from
firebrand
the
archer brings down to 10. But really, just having 1 damage effects can make this work. My guess is it's not very good, but I would want to try it. Like, if you're a red deck, you only have to, and you have this in your opening hand. Say you have a sub game, deal 10 damage to them. They don't know about the sub game. You're gonna get to like make a bad attack that puts them to exactly 10. You're gonna be able to get them to 11, though you have a ping effect at some point, and that can be really powerful. I would really it's probably like a D, but I would say it's like a build around C in a deck that can do some good chip damage.
Okay. So this card was before my time, so I've never played with or against it. It seems like a meme. Like it seems like a screenshot type card rather than a a reliable cleanup hitter for your deck. But I kind of hear what you're saying. I'm definitely going to try it. So we'll go D on Hidetsugu's Second Right, but maybe it ends up being better than it looks. There were a few ways to do that incremental damage. Is there any way to make your opponent gain life? Like if you accidentally overdo it or if they pay life?
I don't know about making your opponent gain life. That seems pretty difficult, but yeah, I guess that would be
maybe play a looter with it. Next is Involuntary Employment. This is 3 and a red for a sorcery at common. It says gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature. It gains haste until end of turn and create a treasure token. So you get a little rebate on your temporary theft here.
Yeah, we've seen this. It wasn't really that well supported.
Yeah, red black was not sacrifice, at least based on the signpost uncommon.
I basically don't think that sacrifice or threatened cards are good unless you have some good sacrifice effects. Right. Just because it really doesn't do much. So
yeah. I would give it a low grade to start. Yeah,
it's like a build around C, where if you can combine it correctly, then I think it can do something. But most of the time, it's not going to be that good.
And there just has to be those tools in the set, and at least thus far, we haven't seen them in red. But we're only one color in so far. Next is Sower of Chaos. This is 3 in a red for a 4/3 devil at common, and it has activated ability 2 in a red. Target creature can't block this turn. Not seeing a lot I like here, Luis. This is understated and expensive on the activated ability.
It's not good enough as a creature or as an activated ability to make me really that excited about it. It seems like a fine card. Like you could put it in your deck, and my guess is a 4-mana 4/3 in this format is okay. But I think that you're not going to be that excited to activate it, because like spending 3 mana is just. It's pretty tough. Like that's a pretty big commitment.
It really is. The one bonus is that it does have 4 power, so it does work with those cards. I would put Sower of Chaos at D. I would assume that it's a fringe playable that occasionally makes the deck for you to start with, and then if people start beating the crap out of me with it, maybe I'll upgrade it. Spitfire Lagak. Remember Saddleback Lagak? This is 3 in a red for a 3/4 lizard at common. It has landfall. Whenever land you control enters, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. There's your Hidetsugu second right combo again.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, so that's 3 ways. That pings your opponent when you play a land is okay for aggressive decks. Like I don't think I would hate to play that card.
Yeah, I think you could do worse than that. Again, this doesn't seem great. I would have it in the like DD plus ranges, next to Sower of Chaos. Because I assume you can't really abuse landfall in the set, right? You mentioned Evolving Wilds, but like you're not turbo landing or anything like that. So you have to remember that you've already played 4 lands, then you play the Lagak, and then it's only lands after that actually do it. So how many are you getting on an average game? 2 or 3. Right? Like many, many games end with 6, 7, maybe 8 lands top. So, this isn't going to be like some consistent source of damage or whatever. So it's got to kind of, you really need to need the body. And so I'd say D or D plus for Spitfire. Lagak. A few more.
I would give it a C minus, I think. Like, okay. It's got good stats. Like they're not going to be able to kill it that easily is part of it.
Yeah. I just wonder if they'll care, like it's 3/4. Kind of shrug worthy, I guess I would say. Maybe, I don't know, if whatever. I could redesign it, by just throwing stats at it and make it better, but that doesn't really show anything. Next is Strongbox Raider. This is 2 red for a 5/2 Orc Pirate at uncommon. It has Raid. When this creature enters, if you attacked this turn, exile the top 2 cards of your library, choose one of them. Until the end of your next turn, you may play that card.
Yeah, nice. I don't mind this. I mean, a 5/2 is still the stats that it's just going to trade off, but that's still fine.
Mm-hmm. And you're getting a card and card selection as long as you can trigger Raid.
Yeah. I mean, getting a card plus the best out of 2 cards is pretty nice. You do exile both, so they're gone, but I think that's obviously fine.
Mm-hmm. No, this card looks very good to me.
This looks like the exact kind of thing you want to play in an aggressive deck. And often because it's letting you find extra cards, it feels like you would be able to find a removal spell maybe and get rid of one of their blockers.
I know what you're thinking, Luis. Strongbox combo that you only need this thing to get through and have 8 mana. GG. No, that's not what you were going for? Okay.
Double it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, 2 toughness is really tough on a 4-drop. But like you said, if it trades off, you got yourself a really nice 2-for-1, like card selection. And this is effectively drawing the card. I mean, you get until the end of your next turn. Like that's forever. It would be a really disaster if you just found something that you just straight up couldn't play.
Yeah. It would be really hard to miss.
Is it a B?
Yeah, it's a B. I mean, it's very like obviously raid isn't a gimme. Like you will sometimes not be able to do that, but it's close enough that this is slightly better. Like the ability is definitely better than draw a card. Picking the top two and having a whole extra turn to play it is better. And getting to the fact that it's not that hard to activate, or to trigger, I guess. I think that this would be a B.
Yeah, I think so too. Next is Dragon Trainer. This is 3 red for a 1/1 human uncommon, and it says when this creature enters, create a 4/4 red dragon creature token with flying. Wow, that's a great card.
It's fantastic. It's 5 mana for a 4/4 plus a 1/1. It's kind of funny. The token is the big one, which they don't always do, but it's always amusing when that's how it plays out. I would be looking for ways to bounce this, get it back from the graveyard, all that sort of thing. Like that would be pretty sweet.
Any way you can get it back to your hand or blanket or whatever is going to be so nuts. But just playing it's great. I mean, you make a speed bump down on the ground and you get this huge flyer that's great blocker, great attacker. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many ways there are to recycle this, but you don't need to. Like, I would give it a B+, I think.
Yeah.
Pre-recycling. And if you had any way to do that, like bounce it, blanket, whatever, then it'd probably be in the A range. It'll probably be one of the most important cards in your deck. As it stands, though, I'd go B+ for Dragon Trainer just at face value. It's that good.
Yeah, Dragon Trainer looks awesome. There's just a lot of ways to use it, and even if you to maximize it, and even if you don't draw them, like it's still going to be really good.
Just going to be good. Gorehorn Raider is 4 and a red for a 4/4 Minotaur Pirate at common, and it has raid. When this creature enters, if you attack this turn, this creature deals 2 damage to any target, and that's a common.
I like this. This is looking pretty good. Like we're seeing some really good payoffs for raid at 4 and 5 mana, and this is even, like you said, common. So I kind of feel like Gorehorn Raider is a card you'd be really scared of. If you've got a 4/4 out and your opponent attacks you with a 2/2, like this is one of the cards you got to be thinking about.
You have to think about it. And worst case, if you can trigger raid, you can just go upstairs with it. And, these are aggressive decks, typically speaking. This also gives you yet another 4-powered creature for those synergies. There's a lot here to like. This is a pushed common, I would say. That said, it is a competitive spot, and it's a C+. Exactly.
Yeah, it's better than the average 5-drop, but it's not a card that you're like, well, this is a bomb. I got to play this card.
Next is Incinerating Blast. Same mana cost, 4 and a red. For this one's a sorcery at common. And it says Incinerating Blast deals 6 damage to target creature. You may discard a card. If you do, draw a card.
Yeah, this is kind of cool. Sure. It is sorcery, but getting to loot is nice.
6 is a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Kills anything mostly.
I'm not going to be like...
And you get to rummage.
Super excited about this card, but I would put the card in my deck if I didn't have other 5s. Like you said, 5s are competitive, and it's a lot worse than the Gorehorn Raider.
Mm-hmm.
It's a C.
Yeah, C- maybe for Incinerating Blast. And then our last red card. Look who's an uncommon. Shivan. Do you say Shivan or Shivan? Shivan Dragon.
I don't know.
I don't either. I'm just curious what you said. We all just had to make it up when these cards came out, all those years ago. 4 red for a 5/5 Flying Dragon. If you don't know what it does. And it also has fire breathing built in. You can pay red and give it +1/+0 until end of turn. The icon, the OG, the first dragon in Magic. And now we have to grade it as an uncommon in this environment. This has to be the first time it's ever been an uncommon, right?
Yeah, I think so. It's pretty funny.
It is. So nostalgia aside, is it still great? 6 mana, 5/5 flyer still looks
probably
pretty
good enough.
Good.
I don't know that great is how I would describe it, but it's probably good enough.
It's got to be, right? There's no way that they could afford to put this down at uncommon.
Yeah.
If it wasn't a bit worse. Like my grade would be, I would give it a B. Like I would assume given what we're seeing here contextually, you know, that it doesn't play out at a bomb level anymore, but that it's still really good. And like, if you have 6 mana, and this is a really good place to put 6 mana. What do you think?
I think that if you have a deck that can get to 6 mana reliably, this is probably worth playing in it.
Yeah.
It's going to eat removal a lot of the time, which is pretty annoying, but it is, I think, a pretty solid card.
Yeah, well, if it doesn't eat removal, it's going to eat a very large chunk of
it'll
your
eat them pretty
opponent's
quickly.
life total. Yeah.
I guess my guess is it's not that good. It's probably like a B-.
Yeah.
Like,
I gave it a B because I love, you know, come on. It's the OG. All right, B minus for Shivan Dragon. We'll see how it actually plays out. That's it for red. Red looks strong. Like, there were a lot of cards we liked in that group there. I kind of respect it. Let's see how green does as we work our way through the colors. First card up from green is Bushwhack, and this is green for a sorcery. At common, it says choose one, search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it in your hand, and then shuffle, or target creature you control fights target creature you don't control. They deal damage to each other.
This card never really was that good. Like, it's okay because it gets a land or is a removal spell sometimes, and both of those are fine. So I would say that this is probably like a C+, but yeah. I remember having Bushwhack and thinking it was, oh, this is pretty good and flexible. And then it just like kind of didn't play out that way.
It hasn't. I wonder if this is the home for it, but I agree. C+ for Bushwhack. It's hard to find something bad to say about it. Next is Giant Growth, the OG combat trick. Green for an instant, it's common, and target creature gets +3/+3 until end of turn. My hunch is that Giant Growth is still very good.
Yeah, I think so too.
This was a overpowered combat trick from its day. Historically, they've powered down combat tricks from here. They started off perhaps a little bit high, or they wanted to do the 3 theme or whatever it was. At any rate, I would expect this to be good. There's a ceiling on combat tricks, generally speaking. So, you know, a C or something.
Honestly, I might say C+.
C+, sure.
The fact that it's 1 mana is just like,
it is dumb.
I don't know. You're just going to end up in spots where this card is just fantastic for you. It just trades up in mana so much. I mean, numbers matter. 1 mana +2/+2 tricks have routinely been pretty good, and this is, you know, quite a bit better than that. So, getting 50% more card in that sense.
Yes.
It's going to win a greater range of combats. It'll end up dealing more damage when that's what you need to do. Like, I think Giant Growth is actually legit.
Okay, I like C+. I think also contextually, we should assume that a set that's trying to get back to basics like this will
this
be
kind of gameplay is good.
Exactly. That's right. Next is, man, yeah, they're hitting the classics here. Llanowar Elves. This is green for a 1/1 Elf Druid. It's common in this set, and it taps to add green.
Yeah, Llanowar Elves is great. It's one of the premier commons. I mean, when you open on Elves, it's like if you're on the draw, now you're on the play. If you're on the play, like, you are putting them in a lot of trouble. So
definitely,
I like Llanowar Elves at B-. Honestly, it's just one of the better commons. It's usually the best green common when it shows up.
It is. It basically breaks the game. You know, for our purposes, if you get to play one on turn 1. Next is Mild-Mannered Librarian. This is green for a 1/1 human at uncommon. Activated ability, 3 and a green. This creature becomes a werewolf. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on it, and you draw a card. You can only activate it once, however.
This card's cool. 1 mana 1/1 that turns into Sarulf's Packmate for 4 mana.
Yeah.
And I don't know, just it's a little more expensive overall. It's 5 mana total, but the fact that it's split up between 1 and 4 means it can even be better sometimes, because you're like, play this on 1, a turn I wasn't going to use mana, then on turn 4 I get to attack with my 3/3. So I'm a pretty big fan of Mild-Mannered Librarian. I would give this a C+. This looks like a nice one.
Definitely. And this is a card that they have to keep their eye on. If you do play it out early, they may just want to use that removal. What happens if I activate this ability and then they kill it? I get my card, right? It's not contingent on the counters being put on it?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so that's really good. And then, of course, you can just do it in one. If you have 3 GG, you can just go green, play this, activate it. It doesn't require any tapping. So really nice. C plus, maybe B minus for Mild Mannered Librarian. Like that's a real card. Next is Snakeskin Veil. Also an uncommon. It's green instant, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. It gains hexproof until end of turn.
Yeah, this is a strong one too. Yeah. Snakeskin Veil really does punish removal incredibly badly. And sometimes like this is the exact card you don't want them to have. It's not the best as like a pure combat trick, but if you think of it as like 80% counter removal spell, 20% win in combat, still pretty good. I would give a C+ to Snakeskin Veil.
Same. It can often be the spell that changed the course of a game. And these type of cards overperform by a lot too. Next is Wildwood Scourge. This is green X for a 0/0 Hydra uncommon. This creature enters with X +1/+1 counters on it. Whenever one or more +1/+1 counters are put on another non-Hydra creature you control, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. So what do you think of it at base level? You know, like without the static, like a slightly off curve.
5 mana 4/4, right. 4 mana 3/3, whatever you need it to be, it is. But I don't think it's very exciting. No.
Yeah.
I think
then it's a pay. I guess it's a payoff for the green white +1/+1 counter.
Yeah, if you've got the unicorn. Like if you've got the unicorn and you play this, and it's like every time you play a creature, this gets a counter. But at the end of the day, like this still, they could just kill this. It doesn't seem to be that exciting of a thing. So this looks to me like a C. Like you can put it in your deck and have it fill whatever slot you need, but it's not a good 2-drop. It's a 2 mana 1/1.
No,
so
terrible.
It's like it's bad at every point. It really only starts to get good at like 5, 6, 7 mana. So you're not really getting that much out of the whole thing, I don't think.
And the build around part, it really isn't a strong payoff for that deck. It just makes this thing like a little bigger, but it's already kind of dumb and big as it sits. Not that impressed. Yeah. C for Wildwood Scourge, maybe.
I would, C minus, honestly.
Bite Down is 1 and a green for an instant at common. It says target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker you don't control.
So the classic removal spell.
OG Bite. Yeah, we've already got one fight spell and one bite spell, and we're only 7 cards into green here. These tend to play well, though. This is a type of thing, an instant speed. It gives you the flexibility to play around removal spells or, do it in response if needed. And it's only 2 mana, and these green creatures so far have been pretty big, and they don't fight. So, you can kill their best blocker and still attack with your big creature and not fear that it's going to trade off for their 2/2 after the fight spell type thing. So there's a lot to like here. I would expect this to be the baseline green removal spell for the set, since this is the common here. And I would expect it to see a decent amount of play, particularly, in green red or maybe green black with Death Touch or something like that.
Yeah, so it's probably like a C+.
C+ for Bite Down. I mean, it will probably just be the removal spell. Dwynen's Elite. This is 1 and a green for a 2/2 common elf warrior. And when this creature enters, if you control another elf, create a 1/1 green elf warrior creature token.
Yeah,
I remember this card.
Yeah, it's fine, and there's a decent amount of elves to support here. Like there's like a couple commons and a couple uncommons. If you get the token, it's a good card. If you don't, it's pretty mediocre. So it ends up being probably like ranging from like C to C+, depending on your deck. Like if you never are going to get the token, it's like a D.
Right, totally. It's just a build around, but it's a good build around. Like especially if you go Llanowar Elves into Dwynen's Elite or whatever, it's nasty. Gnarlid Colony, man, they got some real hits here from the past. 1 and a green for a 2/2 beast at common, and it has a kicker of 2 and a green, and it says if it was kicked, it enters with 2 +1/+1 counters on it. So you get a 2 mana 2/2 or a 5 mana 4/4, and it says each creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it has trample. And of note, that counts itself, and it also counts other things even if you didn't kick this. It's a static ability that you could use as well if you do happen to be doing the +1/+1 counters thing, which we're assuming based on the signpost that green white is doing. I think it gives most / all of your creatures trample just for existing. It's a good card.
Yeah, I think it's totally solid. The fact that the baseline of it being a 2-mana 2/2 is pretty good, because 2-mana 2/2 with upside, and then sometimes you're going to get a little bit of extra trample value is pretty neat. You could even like play this and that just as a 2/2, just because your Hydra now gets to attack them as a trampler. Mm-hmm. So I like C+ for Gnarled Colony. Yeah. I think it's a pretty good little beater.
What about Nessian Hornbeetle?
I remember this one. This is 1 and a green for a 2/2. It's an insect at uncommon. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control another creature with power 4 or greater, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. So nice little reward for having 4 power. Works with counters. So there's some overlapping going here. I still maintain that most of the build arounds that we've seen across these colors are not super pushed. You're getting a little better than the sum of its parts, but you're not getting like a lot better.
Yeah. Hornbeetle's a really nice payoff, though, in that it doesn't ask you. Like, it's still just okay. It's like a creature, a 2-mana 2/2, whatever. And then, all you need to do is get to combat with so you just can first main phase play out, whatever creature you've got. And boom, you can start growing the beetle. And, the beetle does get unchecked, like, especially if you can start triggering it the next turn. If you have a 3-mana 4-powered creature of some sort, the beetle, like, it becomes a problem very quickly. I like it. I think it's really solid for that deck. I agree with you that it's not exciting in the sense of like, wow, we're popping off, we're doing it. It's an incremental advantage that you gain, but generally speaking, the other decks don't really want this, so you'll end up with a few Nessian Hornbeetles if they get open and you're in red green. I suppose I would give it a build around grade. Like, if I had no 4-powered creatures, it just wouldn't realistically make the cut just as a 2-mana 2/2. I don't know.
I don't know if I'd quite call it a build around, because I think you will play it in your average green deck. Like, it's hard to imagine a green deck that has no 4-power creatures in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it's like, it ranges from, again, like a C to a B, depending on how good it is.
How many 4-power creatures you have. Next is Wary Thespian. This is 1 and a green for a 3/1 cat druid at common. And it says, when this creature enters or dies, surveil 1.
I like this. I mean, we've seen this now a couple of times. In fact, we just played with it in Duskmourn as the watchdog. Mm-hmm. And the payoffs aren't as big here because the delirium isn't a thing, but I would imagine this is just always going to be a C+. It's just slightly better than your average 2-drop. You get some good value out of it. It trades up nicely. Like, it smooths out your draws. I like this card. I don't mind them reprinting this one a bunch of times.
Yeah, same. Trade up plus a little value, good enough. C+ for Wary Thespian. Next is Ambush Wolf. This is 2 and a green for a 4/2 wolf at common. It has flash. And it says, when this creature enters, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. I don't know how important that will be. We did see Threshold from Blue-Black. Don't think we saw anything else that was super graveyard-centric, but whatever. You're getting a 4/2 for 3 mana. So this is kind of what we were just talking about, Nessian Hornbeetle style, where you're getting that 4-powered creature for 3 mana, and you're getting a couple of extra little bonuses on it. You're getting flash, and you're getting to snipe something from a graveyard. That to me all equals, yeah, sure. I will play this. It will work well with combat tricks, +1/+1 counters, and triggering my 4-power stuff. And it's not really asking anything for me at common. I would give it a C for Ambush Wolf. Yeah. Just it's a thumbs up.
I like 4/2. I like those stats a lot better with flash, because that means they will attack their 3/3 or 4/4 into you. Mm-hmm. Whereas 4/2 is really bad when you're attacking into their 2/2s. This can kind of get around that a little. And every now and then exiling from the graveyard seems reasonable.
So it's a green Swords to Plowshares, basically, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. C for Ambush Wolf. Next is Beastkin Ranger. This is 2 and a green for a 3/3 elf ranger at common. It has trample, and whenever another creature you control enters, this creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Boy, that's another common, often 4-powered creature.
Yeah, I mean, you play
3 mana.
You have the horn. You play the Hornbeetle. This becomes a 4/3, and then you got your trigger right away.
It goes back the other way.
And 3 mana 3/3 trample. That's not nothing.
No,
works nicely with
decent.
Giant Growth.
Yeah.
Giant Growth makes tramplers a lot better.
Yeah, this is actually okay. Yeah, I like C+ for Beastkin Ranger. This looks like they pushed it a little bit. This is a lot of stats and a lot of extra stuff for just 3 mana. Like, if you told me this was an uncommon, I wouldn't have I wouldn't be shocked, but it's not. It's common. What grade do you want to give the Beastkin Ranger?
I would give it a C plus. Okay. I actually think this is going to be a pretty solid common.
Yeah, same. Next is Blanchwood Armor. This is 2 and a green for an enchantment aura at uncommon. It enchants a creature, and the creature gets +1/+1 for each forest you control. I generally shy away from these type of cards. Sorcery speed, 3 mana, just adding power and toughness to your creature, so no form of evasion, not even trample. And then, if you have a regular deck like a 9/7 split, it's going to be adding, +3/+3 or something on average by, the time the game kind of develops. That isn't really worth it for the risk. So I would need another reason to do this, like cares about enchantments, or I don't know. It would need to be something pretty significant. These cards are powerful. Like sometimes just +4/+4 smash you is a big thing. And maybe in a set like Foundations, it's even better. But my starting point would be to avoid Blanchwood Armor unless I find a reason beyond what it says on the card to play it. What do you think?
So the situation where this is good is when you're like nearly mono green or have like 12 forests in your deck, 11 forests in your deck, and you're like getting +3/+3 or +4/+4. Because if it was 2 and a green, enchanted creature gets +4/+4, how excited would you be about that card?
Not really. Like I need a little more. That is pretty good. Like +4/+4 is getting to the threshold where it's interesting, but still chumpable.
It reminds me a little bit of Ethereal Armor in that spot, where like when you play Ethereal Armor, you're kind of going all in on Ethereal Armor, not being answered. And Blanchwood Armor, I mean, there are some decks, like you play against red green's always the classic example of like it only has damage-based removal. You slap down Blanchwood Armor on your 2-drop and it's a 5/5. You might just end the game. Yeah. But you play against anyone with a good removal spell and you're really just like, you're asking to get 2 for 1. And that's not even factoring in that sometimes this is +2/+2. Right. It's just a weak card. So this looks like a trap to me. Honestly, every time this has been in like core set or whatever, any set, it's been pretty bad. So I would stay away from Blanchwood Armor myself.
I would too. I would give it, I would treat it as if it were an F. Like I would just like not play it until something showed me different. That's how I'm going to approach it. Next is Broken Wings. This is 2 and a green for an instant at common. Destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. We ready to just slam it into the sideboard, or is there any
classic sideboard
card?
Maybe if you're playing sealed, you could you end up main decking this. I don't really know what the sealed format's going to look like, of course, but yeah, this is a sideboard card.
Sideboard for Broken Wings. Next is Eager Truffle Snout. This is 2 and a green for a 4/2 boar at uncommon with trample. So there's another 3 mana 4 powered creature.
They give trample away pretty liberally here.
Yes, and whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, create a food token.
Yeah, that's funny. This is a cool card. I really like this. It's one of my favorite cards I've seen.
This is amazing. He's got his like saddlebags too with all the things in it. Oh man, this is GOAT tier art. I love this card. It's good too. Like that 4/2 trample for 3 is nice.
4th tier art.
Yeah. Really great with combat tricks. This is what you want to put Blanchwood Armor on if you're going to run it. Triggering the Horn Beetle, triggering all the other stuff, and crashing through stuff and even getting yourself an additional food token, which I'm discounting that. That doesn't, food tokens absent of other stuff aren't really that amazing, but you'll take it.
Yeah. I mean, I think that this is a really good card if you've got combat tricks. Like you said, Giant Growth on this is just going to be like, I'm trading 1 mana for your 3 mana card and you're taking 5 damage. And I'm getting a food. Getting a food is also, let's not be confused here. It's not drawing a card. Right. Like getting a food token is good. It's an advantage, of course, but it's not a really big one. There's not even that many ways to like utilize the food tokens in any particular way.
Exactly.
Like I guess if you had like a life gain deck, you could use that or something. But I think that this overall looks like a B-. Like I bet this can do some cool stuff.
Yeah, B- for Eager Truffle Snout. Great name, great art. Everything's great. Felling Blow is next. This is 2 and a green for a sorcery. It's uncommon. It says put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Then that creature deals damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls. So now we have an upgraded bite spell here. It is a sorcery and it does cost 1 more mana, but you get a +1/+1 counter, which is a big deal. That really matters.
Yeah. I mean, this kind of effect, even at sorcery speed, is quite strong. It's something I'd be really happy to play in any deck. And you just end up, your 2/2 kills their 3/3 and now is a 3/3. Like you're getting, jams, 1.5 cards worth of value while killing something that you wouldn't normally be able to kill. So I like B, maybe B+ for Felling Blow.
Yeah, I'd go B for Felling Blow. It's also worth noting that, at least thus far in green, like we've got a 3/1, a 4/2, and another 4/2. And these bite spells work really well with those, and the fight spells, less so. Yeah. Next is Garruk's Uprising. Okay, here's your payoff. So 2 mana green for an enchantment at uncommon. When this enchantment enters, if you control a creature with power 4 or greater, draw a card. Creatures you control have trample. And whenever a creature you control with power 4 or greater enters, draw a card. So here you go. I mean,
this is what I want to see. Like this is the kind of card that I'm interested in building around. And Garruk's Uprising would make me play any number of Ambush Wolves and what have you.
Yeah, Ambush Wolf, Eager Truffle Snout, get in there. Get your Horn Beetles going and try to kick your Gnarlid Colony. Just anything you can do. The key is that you get to critical mass of 4 power, because if you can get your card back off of Uprising, it's well worth it. You pay 3 mana, draw a card, get a enchantment that gives your things trample, which is obviously great with high-powered creatures. And then it just sits there as an engine, and it has a similar effect as Tatiova, where, you play this draw card, and now you're that much closer to your next 4-powered creature to keep the chain rolling. I really like Garruk's Uprising as a build around. I'm glad to see it here. I'd give it a build around B+. Like, this is the type of card that I would want to do. Ooh, Grow from the Ashes is here. I like that. 2 and a green for a sorcery. It's common. It has kicker for 2. So it's a search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle. If this spell was kicked, instead search your library for 2 basic land cards, put them onto the battlefield, and then shuffle. So you can get 1 or 2, and then it's also worth noting that it does come up every once in a while that these are not tapped.
Yeah, which really is relevant.
Yeah, it can definitely matter. So fixing plus ramp, plus if you happen to draw it later, or you're doing really big things with, your mana, then you can kick this card and go filter out 2 lands plus, whatever, double fix your mana. This is an enabler for ramp plus fixing that's really, really powerful, as long as the format's not too punishingly fast, and as long as it's worth it to actually branch out into other colors. I don't know if it is in this set. Do you have any sense for that?
I mean, the dual lands point towards yes.
Mm-hmm.
And certainly having cards like Grow from the Ashes makes me more likely to want that. Yeah. I think that there are definitely some possibilities here. My favorite thing to do with Grow from the Ashes is on 5, you kick it, and then you play like a 2-mana removal spell, and just like you killed their thing, and then now you're on 7-8 mana next turn. You can play something really big. Would work really nicely in a Garruk's Uprising deck too, I would imagine. So I like C+ for Grow from the Ashes. We're giving away a lot of C+ in green, but that's because they're just slightly better, I think, than, like, not to the point where I'm like, oh, I first picked a Grow from the Ashes, whereas like a Garruk's Uprising, I'd be happy to first pick. But Grow from the Ashes, having like 2 of those in a multicolored green deck just goes a long way.
Definitely. And there are some decks where it'll be like the linchpin card for your deck. Like you'll need 1 or 2 of those. Next is Inspiring Call. This is 2 and a green for an instant at uncommon. It says draw a card for each creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it. Those creatures gain indestructible until end of turn. See, like, this is not the payoff that I want.
No, I mean, there are situations where this card is good for sure, but it's just not a card that I'm going to be that excited about or try to build around. Like, I guess if you end up with like a lot of support for this, it is pretty good, but you have to have multiple creatures in play with +1/+1 counters. Like, that's a pretty big ask.
It really is. I guess the dividing line for me, I want your thought on it, is does Inspiring Call automatically go into like the average green-white deck?
I don't know yet. I would guess probably not still. Like,
okay.
How many ways are you going to have to generate +1/+1 counters in your deck? Like 5, 6?
Yeah, something like that.
You're not going to have 10. And you have to have like 2 in play for this to be really good.
Yeah, you need to draw. I mean, I guess if you draw one and protect your card, yeah, that's like just enough to make it okay. But none of these are exciting.
Savior thing.
Right. It's just none of these are like exciting outcomes. They may bring Inspiring Call to playable in those type of decks. But remember, we're talking pretty narrow here. Like I didn't mention, green-red or green-black, colors that probably won't even look at Inspiring Call. So, for me, I have it in the build around camp for sure. And it doesn't look like it's a build around C or C plus or something like that. If you can make it work and draw a couple of cards, save a creature, that is a big swing, but there is a lot that needs to go right for that to happen.
Yeah.
Rex Sage is here. Reclamation Sage, 2 and a green for a 2/1. Yeah, it's uncommon, Elf Shaman. And it says when this creature enters, you may destroy target artifact or enchantment.
Yeah, I like Rex Sage at B. It's just a really good card. You're going to be thrilled to put this card in your deck. And yeah, sometimes maybe you can't, you don't have a target, but that's just not that big of an issue.
It is also an elf, and we've seen a little hint towards that mattering.
Yeah.
Next is Cackling Prowler. This is 3 and a green for a 4/3 Hyena Rogue at common. It's got Ward 2, and it has Morbid. If a creature died this turn at the beginning of your end step, put a +1/+1 counter on this thing. And of course, it also has the crossover of being a 4-powered creature here in green.
Yeah, this is fine. The 4-power creature thing is nice. The Ward 2, it can be pretty good.
It's just so unexciting, right?
You will play it if you have some reasons to care about 4-power, I think, is mainly what's going to happen.
Yeah. I'd give it a D.
Yeah, I like D, but just know that this is actually playable in a deck that has needs some more good fight card, ways to enable your fight cards, or you have Garruk's Uprising or whatever.
Next is Dwynen Giltleaf Dayan. It's 2 GG, so 2 green for a 3/4 legendary elf warrior at uncommon. It has reach. It gives other elf creatures you control +1/+1. And whenever Dwynen attacks, you gain 1 life for each attacking elf you control. So counts yourself and then any others. Solid card, right? 4 mana, 3/4 reach, build around potential for elves.
Yeah, it's okay.
Seems just okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think that it's big enough that you could play this without many other elves and it would be totally fine. Because you would have this in play and it's a 3/4 and then you can attack with it and gain a life. Like that is not nothing,
Right. I'm going to see it. How many elf creatures do you think there are in this set?
I don't know, like 12 or something.
Yeah, it says there's 19 that have the type elf. So there are actually quite a few, but they're spread out over the rarities. So I don't know that you're going to be able to, fully build towards this. But like you said, you can play it even without that. What grade did you want to give Dwynen?
I mean, if you have elves, it's probably like a B-. If you don't, it's probably like a C+.
Yeah, that sounds right.
By elves, I mean a lot of elves. If you have just a couple elves, it's probably in the C+ range. A 3/4 reach for 4 attacks and gains a life is still fine.
Elvish Regrower is next. It's 2 GG for a 4/3 elf druid at uncommon. It says when this creature enters, return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. Now, that's a lot to like there. It's a permanent. It's not any card, but you get a thing back, and it's a 4-power creature, and it's decent stats at 4/3.
I'm getting the sense here that there's a lot of mediocre cards, and when you have a couple cards like Elvish Regrower in your deck, you're going to really feel the difference.
I'm feeling that too. Like just a 2-for-1 body. It happens to be an elf as well. I think it's going to feel like it goes a long way. I like the Librarian for that reason too. B.
Yeah, I would say
for Elvish Regrower, B+.
4 mana, 4/3 gets a permanent back. That's really good.
It's really good. B+ for Elvish Regrower. Next is Treetop Snare Spinner. This is 3 and a green for a 1/4 spider at common. It has reach, death touch, and you can pay 2 and a green to put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Wow, you can just do that. It is sorcery speed only, so you're not going to get to pull any tricks.
I like
that's
this
a
card
common.
I mean, 4 mana, 1/4 reach Death Touch is kind of a showstopper. I would be pretty happy to play this in a defensive deck. And then it's going to slow the game down and then make cards like, or make abilities like its ability actually pretty good. You just start paying 3 mana. And ideally, you put the counters on other creatures because they're going to want to kill this already. But sometimes you want to make this a 2/5. It's got Death Touch.
Yeah.
Like, bumping the toughness can be pretty nice.
That is a lot of stats, a lot of text for a common. We like C+ for Treetop Snare Spinner.
Yeah, I like C+. I was thinking B- is even a possibility, honestly.
Yeah, very cool. What does Elfsworn Giant do?
This one's really cool. It's a 3 green for a 5/3 reach. It's a giant at common. It's got reach and landfall, make an elf. A 1/1
Wow.
elf. So pretty neat.
Dang. Yeah, they're really trying to get us to play these 5-drops. I'll tell you that. That is very compelling. That's really good. Wow. That's a great. Yeah. The only knock on it is that relatively low 3 toughness, meaning that it'll trade on blocks or die to some removal spells that a 5-drop might not normally, but whatever.
Yeah, this looks cool. This is green's looking really nice. These cards are all very solid.
Very solid. C+ for Elfsworn Giant.
Yeah, I like C+.
What about Needle Tooth Pack?
This is a 3 green for a 4/5 dinosaur uncommon, and it has Morbid. If at the beginning of your end step, if a creature died, put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature you control.
Wow.
Yeah, that's also quite solid.
Yeah, the Morbid being difficult to trigger still matters here, but one trigger is a big game, and this is also static. Like, this isn't the ETB style trigger that we were used to before, so it has that same upside that the Wardens of the Cycle has. That's great.
Yeah. I mean, if you can get one activation off this, you get to put 2 counters somewhere else and end up being pretty happy about that. And I think that this is going to work out really nicely.
Yeah.
I would give it a B.
Would you? B for Needle Tooth Pack. B- maybe.
Again, the turn you play it, you can often get a trigger because they don't know it's coming. But even after that, like if you just have this in play, you cast a fight spell, and your turn you make your 2/2 into a 4/4. You're getting a pretty significant advantage overall.
Especially with the bites, because you're not losing your creature in those fights. Yeah, no, this thing works really well with those. Yeah, B for Needle Tooth Pack. Uh-oh. It's back.
Your boy.
It's back. I got a text from Graham from Loading Ready Run, and he said that they had done the pre-release for Foundations, and he said that somebody cast Overrun, and it was just like, we're so back, baby. Overrun 2 GGG. That's 5 mana, including 3 green for a sorcery at uncommon. Creatures you control get +3/+3 and trample until end of turn. This is a game ender. If you can cast this spell and you have usually 3 creatures, it's
3
over.
Is the magic number for sure.
Yeah, 2 will put a big dent. 4, it's like over. For a set that's been designed from what we've seen so far, Overrun seems like it would be very strong, right? Kind of a simple stats-based set where it's not. This kind of card is hard to cast. Triple green is a lot. 5 mana is a lot. You need a board state. But this can absolutely slam the door on a game. I think the real question with cards like Overrun are, how many times would you have still won the game if you had Elfsworn Giant instead of Overrun?
Right.
Easier to cast. Actually does something on defense. It's a 5/3 reach and it's a common. So I'm trying to use like a reasonable bar here. And if you were ahead or getting ahead, you're probably going to win with an Elfsworn Giant as well. It may just take a few more turns. So that's, to me, the question is just like, is this get to this mana, win the game often enough to run it? Do you have any thoughts on that?
I don't really. I'm seeing a couple things. One is that green has a lot of 4-power creatures. 4/2s go really nicely with Overrun. Green also has a lot of pretty substantial tramplers. So I think that you're often going to end up in a spot where you're getting good damage in like cards like Giant Growth are good, and Overrun plays nicely in that kind of world because you end up in a spot where you're just frequently going to care about their life total. And like Overrun when they're on 10 is a lot better than when they're on 18. And the green decks seem like they actually do care about that. And then the other thing is green seems to reward you for being heavy green. Like we're still not really advocating that you play Blanchwood armor, but that does indicate a little to me that you want to build your decks with 10 plus forests in it. There's a lot of good double green cards, for example. So I like Overrun. I think it's going to be good here. It's funny because it could have been in a lot of sets and not been that good, but it actually, I think, will do the trick here, I bet.
What would you give it?
I would probably give it like a B. I mean, you have to build your deck in a way to use it, but it's still very, very good.
I want to start it a little lower. I'm really trying to focus on that. Like, is it these days a bit of a win more?
It certainly might be. Like, I just feel like you can cast it with 2 creatures in play and get a lot of extra damage.
Yeah, it's true. And it can definitely win games that, like, you know, I was talking about replacing it with like a common of similar cost, like Elsworn Giant. Overrun can win games that Elsworn Giant can't. It does have that ability to kind of knock out the opponent. I would go C+ on Overrun, and I plan to lose to it a lot. Oh man, Affectionate Indrik, 5 and a green for a 4/4 beast at uncommon, and when it enters, you may have it fight target creature you don't control. Gives it a big snuggle, big hug, maybe kills it on accident. Yeah. This card, I don't remember what set it was in before. It was like maybe Ravnica or something, but it was good. This thing came down and killed something relevant most of the time. So 6 mana 4/4 that kills something that fits that same description that we've both been liking, you know, the Elvish Regrower type thing, the simple 2-for-1 that leaves behind really what you want out of this color, which is a power and toughness, especially at the 4 power level. Yeah, I would start at B for Affectionate Indrik and assume that it's going to perform the way it used to.
A lot of what you're going to want to do is go like, just build your green deck, grow from the ashes, Indrik their creature, their 3/3, trade for their 4/2. Then you play the Elvish Regrower and get back to Indrik, and like that's a game plan I can get behind.
Totally.
I will say Overrun doesn't really fit into that game plan exactly.
True. It's a grindier.
So that's a knock against it. But I could also totally see a green deck that's got Eager Truffle Snouts and Nessian Horn Beetles and Gnarled Colonies that Overrun does fit well. And so I'm cautiously optimistic that green has like 2 distinct kind of angles of attack here, which is nice because green is not typically the color that has a bunch of different ways to close out games. Like green doesn't usually have that depth.
It's just a 1-note thing. Yeah. Next is Apothecary Stomper. This is 4 green for a 4/4 elephant at common. It's got vigilance, and it says when this creature enters, choose 1. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature you control, or you gain 4 life. Jeez, that's really good too.
Yeah.
Man. Because this is the type of card that could finish a game like you play it, put the counters on some other thing and bash. It even has vigilance? Wow.
I always liked Honey Mammoth, and this is basically a better Honey Mammoth because well, sorry, not exactly, because you can't get all of them. It's very close, as it's slightly smaller, but you can move the counters around. So actually, no. I initially I thought you could do both. This is good, but it's not as good as some of the cards we've seen in the slot. I would rather just get a 6/6 gain 4 than a 4/4 that could gain 4 or be a 6/6 or move 2 counters somewhere else, I think.
Yeah.
But it does open the door to good attacks, though. I think you're going to be okay playing this card. The problem is you just don't want that many expensive cards in your deck. And green, like it has Elfsworn Giant. At uncommon, it has the Indrik or Needletooth Pack. You know, there's competition for the slots here. That
is true. I really like this card because it really splits. Like, are you attacking or are you behind? And you know, you can really shore up either way. But I agree. I also feel like the upper rarities are going to snipe these expensive card slots from green pretty consistently.
That's something you see across all sets now is common 5s and 6s are just so outclassed by uncommon ones that you would ideally not have too many of the former.
That said, if you could do a lot worse in a basic ramp deck than an Apothecary Stomper, if you didn't happen to open up a sweet bomb or whatever, definitely. I would go C+ for the Stomper. I kind of like it.
I like C for the Stomper.
This next card's funny.
It's just in a pretty competitive slot.
Yeah.
The next card's really funny.
Quake Strider Ceratops. It's 3 green for a 12/8 dinosaur. It's uncommon. That's it. Those are the words.
It's a double Crawworm. A Crawworm's a 6/4. That was the classic.
I asked you before. I was like, what is the deal with this? And you're like, it's 2 Crawworms like stapled together. I'm like, oh, okay.
It's 2 Crawworms in a trench coat. And I mean, I think this card is probably just okay. Like triple green is a little tough though. As we said, green decks seem to be gravitating towards being heavy green here. And it does hit for a lot, but it's also a little bit, I don't know. Like you play this and then they kill it, but I guess some decks that care about power and toughness, it's going to be really hard for them to kill this thing.
Yeah, and of course the cheat code is to just give this thing trample one way or the other.
Yes, that is the ideal. Overrun, of course, would be a really nice one for that.
Fantastic, and any way you can get it, but it will be the biggest thing. I mean, I don't want to I would normally just dismiss a card like this, but it actually is castable at 3 green. It's not that is steep, but not uncastable by any stretch. And it really is huge, right? Like 8 toughness, even if it looks small next to the 12, it's still huge toughness. I mean, this card, it does turn sideways and demand blocks. And if you somehow can give it trample, it's just game over. So this is a type of card that I think I would normally dismiss, but I want to flag it. I want to say, just because it's kind of big and dumb doesn't mean it's bad here. It may see play on par with Apothecary Stomper or something like that, where it's like, I needed a 6 and this thing is absolutely monstrous.
I mean, this into Overrun is game.
And there are combos where it's just GG. I'd give it a C. I don't want to.
I'm okay with C.
I think my initial would be lower than that, but I'm gonna bump it up just because of the things that we've talked about with this set. Kind of rewarding that type of thing. Okay, that moves us to white, and our first white card is Divine Resilience, which is white for an instant at uncommon. It has a kicker of 2 and a white, and it says target creature you control gains indestructible until end of turn. If this spell was kicked, instead any number of target creatures you control gain indestructible until end of turn.
Yeah, 1 mana to save 1 creature, or 4 mana to try to save all your creatures. This probably plays out okay, but is not great. Like I would more often rather just get like a stats based combat trick.
Definitely.
Because there's just too many times when this doesn't work. I mean, this looks more like a anti-wrath carding constructed than something you'd want in limited. So it looks like a D to me.
Me too. There's better versions of it in this set that we've already covered. Next is Fleeting Flight. This is white for an instant at common. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. It gains flying until end of turn. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to it this turn. Wow.
There's a lot.
So you can choose to like jump it and get in for damage, or wait until they block and use it as a hopeful removal spell.
Yeah, I like Fleeting Flight. This looks pretty neat. It is pushed, like getting to give a +1/+1 counter, so a permanent boost, as well as flying for ambush or to try to finish them off and prevent all damage. So like your 2/2 can jump in the air and hit their 3/3 or what have you. Yeah, this is nice. I'm
definitely.
I mean, I'm at like C for it, but I mean, C for a combat trick isn't bad.
It's really good. Next is Healer's Hawk. This is white for a 1/1 flying lifelink bird at common. So this is your foundation. This is your canvas on which to paint.
Yeah, exactly.
Put a counter on it or whatever.
Yeah, this card is pretty solid. I played this card in the finals of a Pro Tour.
Yes, you did.
I would say Healing Hawk is generally not good unless you can get a little bit of extra value, like Empyrean Eagle in the Blue-White Flyers deck, maybe some kind of equipment or aura or pump spell. In the Green-White deck, putting +1/+1 counters. This is a really good target for those.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's got some definite upsides there.
I would describe Healer's Hawk as annoying as a 1/1 flying lifelink for 1, but close enough already to being a card. And then any augmentation, like 1 +1/+1 counter turns it in from annoying to good. Like it's like, a real
If you
thing.
think about it as a life swing, this does give you a 2-point life swing when it hits. And
with no help.
That's a pretty big game.
I like C for Healer's Hawk. It could be much higher than that if the +1/+1 counters deck is really good or pushed, where it could even be like a B- or a C++ or something like that. But not knowing that, I would give it a C, and because you do need to do a little bit of work to make it good, but do not ignore this card. Like, this could absolutely be one of the better commons in the set. What do you think? C, you want to go a little higher, lower?
It's interesting. I think it's kind of a build around where in an average deck, it's probably about a C. Like you really can play this without too much of an excuse. But in a deck that can consistently make it a 2/2 or greater, it's close to a B.
It is close to a B.
I would give it a C+ overall. Yeah.
C+, build around B. Next is Joust Through, which is white for an instant at uncommon. And it says Joust Through deals 3 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. You gain a life.
I like this card. I mean, 1 mana to deal 3. It's restricted to creatures in combat, but 1 mana is still pretty good.
Definitely.
And that 1 point of life gain, trigger your life gain, effects. It's kind of nice. Plus an extra point of life, an extra point of life. Games are won and lost on the back of that. So I like C+ for Joust Through. I think this is gonna be a really good one.
That's actually pushed a little bit. Next, going back to the old school, Savannah Lions, white for a 2/1 cat. It's uncommon.
Yeah, I guess it's uncommon because it'd be obnoxious to get too many 1 mana 2/1s around, but it's just not going to be that good. It's going to be fine. It's a C.
I mean, Healer's Hawk's better than Savannah Lions in most cases. C for Savannah Lions. Next is a Johnny's Pride Mate. 1 and a white for a 2/2 cat soldier at uncommon. Get this. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. That's a payoff.
That plus Healer's Hawk, that's the combo.
That's it, right? Play Healer's Hawk, pre-combat, play Pride Mate on turn 2, slam with Hawk, you got a 3/3. We've seen this many times. Super awesome. A Johnny's Pride Mate, very, very, very strong as a build around in the life gain deck. It is your bread and butter. You can get it down so early and trigger it off. It triggers for each instance of life gain. So like you can hit with the Hawk and then play a thing that turn that gains life. You'll get another +1/+1 counter. Like they just stack up really, really quickly. And, one already, if you're talking about on curve, puts this card in the like, dang. And by the time you get the second counter on it, it's a real problem and you've only put 2 mana into it.
Yeah, I like, I think I like build around B for the Pride Mate.
Yeah.
It's a card that you're going to be really happy with in a lot of the decks. There's a lot of incidental life gain. Also, can you imagine block your 2/2, joust through your 3/3 attacker? Right now, my Pride Mate is winning the fight. But build around B for Pride Mate. But also, you're really not going to cut this from many white decks. You don't need very many instances of life gain before this becomes decent.
No, again, that first counter transforms this card into something pretty good. Next is Cathar Commando. This is 1 and a white for a 3/1 human soldier at common. It's got flash, and you can pay 1 mana and sacrifice this creature to destroy an artifact or enchantment.
Yeah, very solid card.
Very good.
I mean, good stats. The fact that it has flash gives you some flexibility and kills an artifact or enchantment. So just as like, it does additional things later. I like Cathar Commando at C+.
Yeah,
really solid card to put in your deck. It never really disappoints.
No. Hair apparent, cute. This is 1 and a white for a 2/2 rabbit noble at common. And it says, when this creature enters, create a number of 1/1 white rabbit creature tokens equal to the number of other creatures you control named Hair Apparent. And a deck can have any number of cards named Hair Apparent. Once I see that, it's just so gimmicky.
It's also funny because it's like, yes, we are playing limited. That is how that works.
Right. They've been hitting this note because people like to build commander decks with all of these or some whatever. At any rate, is this thing any good? If I have 3 of these, is it doing something? I might get an additional 1/1 rabbit every once in a while, but otherwise I'm playing a bunch of vanilla 2/2s.
Yeah. The first one's a 2/2. The second one's a 2/2 plus a 1/1. It's a D.
Just a D.
If you ended up with 3 of them, yeah, sometimes it would be, it can do some cool stuff, but I just don't think you need to. You need to go hard to maybe make an extra 1/1 here and there.
Next is Helpful Hunter. It's 1 and a white for a 1/1 cat at common, and it says when this creature enters, draw a card.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about.
That's the business. Yeah, these type of cards tend to do very well.
They always deliver. I mean, I think this card is going to be like a C+. Like they're always just really solid.
Yeah. If you look at the aggregate on these, it's usually like 2 mana, draw a card, do 2 damage, prevent 4 life, something like that. It's like they just add up enough, and you can put counters on them and equipment on them that they end up being really good. What grade did you say? C+?
C+. I don't think it quite gets to the B level, but I do think it is pretty solid.
Agreed. Next is Resolute Reinforcements. This is 1 and a white for a 1/1 uncommon human soldier with flash, but when this creature enters, you get another 1/1 white soldier token. So you get 2 1/1s for 2 mana at instant speed. That's going to be really
very solid card. Good and like at its best in red white when you're trying to go wide, but it's a C+ as well. Like it's flash, it's spread over 2 bodies. It kind of does the things you want it to do.
It can definitely change combat quickly too. Next is Sunblessed Healer. This is 1 and a white for a 3/1 human cleric at uncommon. It's got kicker for 1 and a white. It also has lifelink. So 2 mana, 3/1 lifelink. If you kick it for double its mana cost, it says when this creature enters, if it was kicked, return target non-land permanent card with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield.
This card is awesome. I'm putting this card in my cube. Like it's
for
2 mana for a 3/1 lifelink that also you can just pay 2 more mana and get a non-land permanent back
get
into
your
play.
Black Lotus back.
Yeah, or just in limited, just a 2-drop creature. Like Sunblessed Healer looks like a B+ to me. This is like on par with the Elvish Regrower because it's not as powerful because you can't get your 5-drop back, but for 4 mana you get a 3/1 lifelink plus a 2/2 that you got back, and like that's just a lot on the board for not very much mana at all.
Plus, you had me at 2 mana for a 3/1 lifelink. Like I was already there. Next is Youthful Valkyrie. This is 1 and a white for a 1/3 flying angel at uncommon. And it says whenever another angel you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. So an angel build around.
Yeah, which you're not going to get like tons out of that, I think, because there's just not that many angels. And even there are, there's like a common 3 mana angel, and there's an uncommon 4 mana angel and a common 4 mana angel, but then they just get high. They're just kind of expensive. You're not really. I just don't think you're gonna be triggering this thing a bunch.
Yeah, and I realized that what I said about the elves wasn't correct because it included that huge chunk of cards after that aren't technically in the set.
Sure.
So like I just looked up angel, and there's 1 common, 3 uncommon, 2 rares, and 2 mythics at the angel, so this is not like a heavily supported thing. Yeah. And then for the elves, see, these ones aren't even in here at all. So this one. So there are a total of 12 elves in the set. So there's actually still quite a few that more supported than that, just to go back to the other cards. So where does that leave us with the Youthful Valkyrie? Not very good, right? Like,
no. This looks like a C.
Unsupported mostly.
Yeah.
C for Youthful Valkyrie. I mean, maybe if you just want a 1/3 flyer
if you
for
have
2.
3 other angels or 4 other angels in your deck, I mean, if you end up with 3 other angels, I guess I'd play this card because it could be a 2/4 some of the time. And for just 2 mana, that's pretty good. Yeah.
And, if you are putting +1/+1 counters on things, starting off with a 2-drop that's a 1/3 flyer, you could do way worse than that as a place to start building up those counters or putting equipment or whatever. Next is Banishing Light at common, 2 and a white enchantment. When this enchantment enters, exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until this enchantment leaves the battlefield.
Yeah, Banishing Light is fine.
We've seen it in recent sets, and it always tends to do well. I would assume it's even slightly better here in Foundations, though we have seen we just came off a green and we saw a few ways to blow up enchantments and artifacts, and we saw Cathar Commando here as well, so maybe it won't stick around quite as much, but I as a starting point, I would be very high on Banishing Light. I'd put it at the B- range, maybe the B range, something like that.
It's going to be one of the top commons for white for sure. Right. you're not getting a huge advantage because you're spending 3 mana at sorcery speed, but that's usually enough to get more than they spend.
Mm-hmm.
And the biggest downside of Banishing Light is always that if they blow it up mid combat or you're forced to Banishing Light something with an ETB, you can kind of set yourself up. That's where Trapped in the Screen really shone, because it was just like, oh, how are they going to blow this up mid combat for 4 mana? They just can't. It costs 5 or 6 mana to do that. So I think Banishing Light is solid, and I would just give it a B. It's pretty good.
I think so too. The flexibility goes a long way. Next is Cat Collector. This is 2 and a white for a 3/2 human citizen at uncommon. It says, when this creature enters, create a food token. And whenever you gain life for the first time during each of your turns, create a 1/1 white cat creature token.
What a funny card.
So you get a food, and then if you eat the food, or I guess feed it to the cats, or open up the food, the cats come for dinner, whatever it is. But yeah, this thing seems quite good though, right? 3 mana, 3/2 that gets you the ability to make a 1/1. And then if you're in that deck, like you could just be spitting out 1/1 cats left and right.
And you get the food you get also gains you 3 life. So it's not even like, even if you didn't get a cat, like if you play this and then they kill it or you trade it off, you still get to gain 3 life later. That's pretty neat.
Totally.
I like C+ for Cat Collector.
Same.
It's a neat little card.
This might even be like a build around B in the life gain deck where you just use it to spit out a bunch of tokens.
Yeah, I think in the life gain deck, it's like a B. It's kind of funny because it's not a build around in the sense that it takes absolutely no effort from you. You would always play this in a white deck. You never cut it. But it does get better if you enable it, for sure.
Yeah. Next is Dauntless Veteran. This is 1 white for a 2/2 human soldier at uncommon. It says, whenever this creature attacks, creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. So this is another go wide enabler. We've seen the Resolute reinforcements. We saw the other reinforcements, the uncommon one. So a lot of ways here to go wide. And this is the type of creature that makes that one single attack really nasty, where your opponent is put in an awkward position where they almost for sure want to block the Dauntless Veteran. And it's a 3/3 when it attacks, so they have to kind of deal with that. And now you have this big inflection point where like one combat trick to make sure that the veteran survives could lead to a kill the next turn, that type of thing. It's a strong card.
Yeah, and this card really rewards you for having a nice combat trick or removal spell to push it through.
Exactly. It is, however, narrow. It is a tough to cast 2/2 for 3 mana if you're not attacking. So this is very much going into that red-white deck. This is very much going into a deck that's trying to go wide and turn creatures sideways or have one really big attack or something like that. I like it. I would give it a build around grade because I think if you're just playing like a normal, I don't know what deck actually, maybe blue white, maybe it's okay in that too, just as a 3/3 on attacks, whatever. I just would want to make sure that my deck was combat centric and not anything else before I went for the veteran. But if I was in that case, I would play it. This is powerful stuff.
Yeah. I mean, you need the ability to be good because it also costs double white. Like it's not a card you can just like kind of casually play in your deck, but I would say most heavy white decks will be glad to have this. And there's two main ways it'll play out. One is the way I described, where you attack and have a way to make it survive the combat, and you get to like get multiple attacks out of it. And then the other way is the way you described, which is you attack with it, they block and kill or trade it, and they take 9 damage, and you're fine with that whole exchange.
Yeah.
I like build around B for this. This looks like a B in like a red-white deck. Like.
Definitely nasty card to see come down. Next is Dazzling Angel. This is the common one. This is the 2 and a white 2/3 angel at common with flying. And it says, whenever another creature you control enters, you gain 1 life. So there it is. That is, it's funny. They almost put it on too good of a creature. This, ETB ability was often tagged on like 1 mana 1/1s that people were kind of reluctant to use removal spells on, but now it's on your 3 mana 2/3 flyer that they're like, well, I was going to kill that thing anyway. It's funny. It's almost too good, but but total enabler for the life gain deck here, and a solid body to boot.
Yeah, I like Dazzling Angel. I like it at C+. Like this looks like a pretty nice card for that kind of deck.
Definitely. Next is Inspiring Paladin. This is 2 and a white for a 3/3 human knight. It's common. It says, during your turn, this creature has first strike. And during your turn, creatures you control with +1/+1 counters on them have first strike.
This card's pretty pushed. I mean,
Dang,
3
that's a
mana
common?
3/3 attacks as a first striker, and then also it grants first strike to your other +1/+1 counter stuff. Like that's pretty nice.
Yeah, this does look pushed. This is another one of those cards that if you had told me it was uncommon, I would believe you. How good is first strike? How good is the second clause? +1/+1 counter creatures get first strike.
I mean, it's going to range pretty significantly by deck, but
Makes
I could
tough.
Yeah, but I mean, if you get if you have a green-white deck, which is obviously the home for this, and you put a +1/+1 counter on like one of your 4/2s, it's like a 5/3 first striker. That's pretty good, and this already attacks its first strikes. Yeah, no, I like the Inspiring Paladin.
You want to go B-
solid.
for the Paladin, or do you want to go C+ for the Paladin?
I would still go C+, I think, but I think it's pretty decent.
Make Your Move is next. It's 2 and a white for an instant at common. It says destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with power 4 or greater. Does that last clause creep it into the main deckable range? I think we played this in Murders, right? We played one of these.
I think this is definitely main deckable. This format looks like it's going to be quite a bit slower than Murders.
And we've seen a lot of beefy creatures.
And it's just going to have a lot of like mid-rangey type stuff going on.
Totally. And if you're playing against green at all, then Make Your Move is definitely going to hold its own with the power 4 or greater thing. So yeah, this does make it into the main deck. And then, you can get people with this. We just looked at Banishing Light, for crying out loud. I mean, you can definitely snipe one of those. And as you mentioned, this is an instant combat removal of enchantments, auras, things like that can really change things around. So yeah, I would assume Make Your Moves like a D+. Like, I would not assume that you just always guaranteed throw the first one in, but I wouldn't be shocked if this made the cut, main deck sometimes.
I think it's probably more of a C, if I had to guess.
Like just a solid day-to-day playable.
I think you're always going to play the first one, and
okay.
You will frequently just play 2.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, I have it as you'll sometimes play the first one and then probably not play 2 very often, but we will see about that. Mischievous Pup is next. It's 2 and a white for a 3/1 dog at uncommon. It's got flash, and when it enters, return up to 1 other target permanent you control to its owner's hand.
Yeah, we saw this in Murders 2, and it was okay. It wasn't amazing by any stretch.
I wonder if the simpler nature of this set makes this card better. I don't know.
I would start
it off lower.
Yeah, I think that it probably does. I mean, the games maybe go a little bit longer. There's a little bit more, like, I don't know. There's just more opportunities to use this and have it be good, I think.
Right. I mean, this is a type of card that, like, if the world is about attacking, blocking, and removing creatures, this goes up a little bit, right? Like, it has flash, you can save your creature from removal spell or something. If the thing that you're playing against when you have Mischievous Pup in your hand is like somebody who's like stocking up their graveyard and getting all these triggers and building around something that you can't interact with really, and they're kind of running away with the game in that way, then the Puff goes down in value, which is kind of where we saw it before. Still, I'm not like in love with this card. Like maybe a C.
I would say C. Yeah,
C for Mischievous Pup.
This card always struck me as like, why is this uncommon exactly?
Yeah, I don't know. Next is, it's going to be you soon. Prideful Parent. This is 2 and a white for a 2/2 cat at common. It's got vigilance, and it says when this creature enters, create a 1/1 white cat creature token. So 3 mana, vigilance 2/2, and a 1/1.
Yeah, I mean,
nice.
we know this is a C+. Like,
totally.
These cards are always like
all
that, basically.
Day long. And this is also supported. Like the red, white, go wide theme seems to be there too. So C+ for Prideful Parent. Next is Stroke of Midnight. This is 2 and a white for an instant. It's uncommon. It says destroy target non-land permanent. Its controller creates a 1/1 white human creature token. And
these cards are usually pretty bad, and I think this is likely no exception. But one thing to mention is, if the slower a format is, and we're not saying this is going to be a glacially slow format, but the way these cards look, I bet a lot of games are going to revolve around their best cards in ways that aren't always true in like more synergistic formats or more powerful formats or both. So sometimes you can side this in, like, and you kill their Sheevan Dragon or what have you. There are ways to use this and have it feel pretty good. But I would say overall, I would start this as like a sideboard C and not really a main deck card. I guess if you're in a spot where you have like no good removal, then maybe this is something you have to play, but I would really try not to.
These are always traps. Yeah, it's so tempting because you read it and you're like, that seems good, and it's just never good. Next is Twin Blade Blessing. This is 1 white for an enchantment aura at uncommon. It has flash, and enchants a creature, and the creature has double strike. This doesn't seem worth it at all to me. 3 mana?
It's flash though.
Yeah.
So
you're like stealing a game, or I guess it could help you win combat sometimes.
I think it's more like you play this on your 3/3, win the fight against their 3/3. Now you basically have like a 3/3, 6/3 or whatever, 3/3 double striker.
No, that if you can turn it into a removal spell, even like half the time, then I'm much, much more interested.
Yeah. I think Twin Blade Blessing looks actually pretty decent. I don't know. Imagine you're like a green-white or red-white aggro deck. If you can just ever land this, it's kind of like the enchantments that were like +2/+0 in first strike, like the Dragon's Claw or whatever from whatever the con set was. And it's the sort of thing. It's a little bit like Frantic Strength, I guess, +2/+2 flash, but it has a higher upside.
It has a higher upside, but it also doesn't necessarily help you win combat the way that did. And it's 3 mana double white. I guess there's a lot of cost.
The double white is pretty tough. I agree with that. Because part of what I'm looking at is like, is this going to be good in like a green-white deck? But double white in a green deck is really not where you want to be either. So yeah, all right, you've talked me off. I was looking at the upsides, but your natural pessimism has won me over. I think
great.
I guess this looks more like a D then.
D for Twin Blade Blessing. Next is Angel of Finality. This is 3 and a white for a 3/4 uncommon angel with flying, and when it enters, exile target player's graveyard.
4 mana 3/4 flying. Yeah. It's an angel, which matters for some cards. It's exile in their graveyard is not nothing. I'm in for this.
I am too. I would say. I wonder if this plays out at the B level, like B- level or something in this set, but
I wouldn't be surprised if this was a B-.
Let's just
C++, let's just say B-. I mean, when we're talking core set gameplay, 4 mana 3/4 flyers, like, all right.
Yeah, totally. When combat matters, that's a good stats. Next is Felidar Savior. This is 3 and a white for a 2/3 cat beast with lifelink at common. And when this creature enters, put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 other target creatures you control. This is a common? I mean, this is like this one's awesome curve topper. Like,
yeah, we've seen this exact card, not called Felidar Saber. It was like the Acolyte of Bosri, I think. It was a 3 mana or 4 mana, same text. And yeah, I like Felidar Savior a lot. I mean, looks really strong. It works with the life gain theme in black-white, works with the counter theme in white-green, and is just a good rate card. If you have 2 other creatures, that's the key.
Yes.
You get 4 mana for 4/5 worth of stats, 2/3 of which has lifelink, and 2/2 of which kind of has haste because these creatures were already in play. So I would give Felidar Savior a B-. It looks like a substantially good card.
Same, at common somehow. Imagine this in the blue-white Flyers deck. Like 2 cheap flyers into this, like they can never win that race and you're slamming them in the air like now with those counters. Definitely curve out base though. Next is Squad Rallier. This is 3 and a white for a 3/4 human scout at common. It has an activated ability, 2 and a white, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card with power 2 or less from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. So are you willing to pay 4 mana for a 3/4? That's kind of the tax you're paying, is that it's just, that's it. It's just 4 mana, 3/4. But for the ability to shore up your late game, by dumping mana into this thing.
I mean, this is a little better than the red one we saw, the 4/3 that makes creature unable to block, but it's similar. You're playing a kind of weak vanilla that if you run out of things to do, maybe you can spend the mana on it. But I don't think a lot of games are going to be won by spending 3 mana to maybe get a 2-power creature out of the top 4 cards of your deck. This looks like a D, honestly.
It does to me too. I like the design of play the next turn, play a land, 3 mana. Most of those cards are going to cost 2, and then you can play that turn. That's kind of smooth, but D for Squad Rallier. Next is Vanguard Seraph. This is 3 and a white for a 3/3 Angel Warrior at common. This is the other common angel. It's got flying. Whenever you gain life for the first time each turn, surveil 1. It is interesting that even though this has core set-ish vibes, they have dipped into a lot of different mechanics here that are a little different from each other, which I think is cool, especially if this set's going to be around for a while. So what do you think of 4 mana, 4/3 flying gain life payoff?
I mean, it would be better than this because that would be a 4/3 instead of a 3/3. But
3/3 flying, yeah.
What if I told you I knew what you meant and chose to respond that way anyway?
Yeah, well, but it's important that especially for people that are listening and not watching, that we actually say what's on the card. Yeah, so
it was actually correct for me to be pedantic there.
Yes, what you're saying. And sadly, yes.
As for what I think about this card, it looks okay. It doesn't look great. 3/3 is a lot worse than 3/4, so that's I think a big difference between this and the other angel we just saw. I think it's a C. I wouldn't really worry too much about the life gain part. If that comes up, great. But mostly it's like, do you want a 4 mana 3/3 flyer in your deck? And some meta decks we'll be fine with that.
Next is Armasaur Guide. This is 4 and a white for a 4/4 dinosaur at common. It's got vigilance, and whenever you attack with 3 or more creatures, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Another decent curve topper at the 5 slot here at common.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the times when you have 3 creatures in play that can attack, this card's going to be pretty great, but those are often games you're in decent position anyway. Though this does open the door to new attacks. They have a 3/3, you have 3 2/2s. That's still not even actually that good. You just they block a 2/2, take
upgrade
5,
a trade or something. Yeah.
Yeah. I think this looks like probably a D level card in terms of how replaceable it is. Look, we've said this before, but cards that get Ds in this day and age are not cards that when they're in play, you're like, wow, this card is terrible. It's more like you don't need to prioritize this because you can have Armasaur Guide or any number of other 5 mana cards and they play out just fine.
Exactly. Next is Claws Out. This is 3 white for an instant at uncommon. It says this spell costs 1 less to cast for each cat you control, and creatures you control get +2/+2 until end of turn.
I mean, this card looks like a beating to me.
Definitely instant speed, and you could spend as little as 2 mana, but
yeah,
3 mana for it is. Yeah, I mean, look, in the go wide strategy, you want these type of cards, and this seems like a very good version of that. My guess is that on average, you'll pay like a little over 4 mana for it, but that's kind of the sweet spot or that's how much these cards cost anyway.
When it's really good, it'll cost less mana because you have a bunch of tokens in play. So you kind of get paid on both fronts.
Right.
Yeah, I think this card looks really good. This looks like a B to me. This looks like a card that if you got early, you could definitely build around.
I think so too. Especially, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, just slam it in like a red-white deck or really any heavy white deck.
Exactly. The red-white deck looks really supported here, and this is the way to end the game. Next is Luminous Rebuke. This is 4 and a white for an instant at common. It says this spell costs 3 less to cast if it targets a tapped creature, destroy target creature. That sounds familiar.
Yeah. I mean, this Seeds from Slumber is back, and it was good in Duskmourn, and it's going to be good here too.
Probably better here.
Most likely, yes.
Mm-hmm. I would still say C for Luminous Rebuke, but if this becomes a frequently played white removal spell, I wouldn't be shocked at all.
Yeah, I like C+ for the Rebuke. I think it's going to be pretty effective.
Okay, yeah. Next is, Sarah Angel. 3 white for a 4/4 flying Vigilance Angel. It is uncommon here. Used to be a rare back in the day, right?
No, it was always uncommon.
Oh, it was always uncommon, right?
I mean, it's been printed in enough sets that I could believe in some sort of like starter set it was rare, but it was uncommon in Alpha.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to, Alpha. Okay. So if we erase all nostalgia, does it hold up? Probably, right? I mean, it's still pretty good.
This looks pretty good still.
Yeah, it's like 4 flying Vigilance is big.
I don't know. I'm down to give Sarah Angel a B. In part because of history, but
yeah. Last white card is Guarded Heir. This is 5 and a white for a 1/1 human noble at uncommon. It's got lifelink, but it's also got friends. When this creature enters, create 2 3/3 white knight creature tokens.
Yeah, neat. This is just kind of like the red one that makes a dragon. Like you've got the opportunity to like bounce this or raise dead it or whatever to get extra value from it. And it's 3 creatures in 1. I mean, this reminds me a little bit of the the oath from Kamigawa from Neon Dynasty, where
that made the
Imperial Oath, where you make 3 2/2s and scry 3. And this doesn't have the scry aspect, which was big, but I mean, this is still comparable, more stats actually, 7/7 worth of stats technically. So, funnily enough, this has lifelink. So
the creature itself has lifelink. That is not so the knights. Funny. Yeah. So how do you feel about Grave Titan, I guess, is the question.
Yeah. I like this. I bet it plays out like a B, honestly.
I bet you too. The only question I have is, do you want 6 drops in white in general? Like, is that kind of where you're going with this? But even if you weren't, you probably will for this. I mean, this is an entire board state in 1 card. You get 2 3/3s and a 1/1. I mean, that's like, you could have nothing and that could shore up the board. I really like this card. And like you said, I mean, I haven't even, if you ever get to play this twice in a game, like, forget about it.
Yeah, I like B for Guarded Heir and look for ways to kind of recycle it.
Yeah, definitely. Blue. First card up is Aegis Turtle. It is blue for a 0/5 turtle at common. That is the text. I can't imagine that this would be good or playable. I would give Aegis Turtle an F, unless there's something I'm completely missing here about 5 toughness or 1 drops or something.
Well, one of the reasons you would sometimes play this in Ikoria when it showed up is because you could mutate onto it and it was really cheap. Mm-hmm. I don't think that applies a whole lot here because
ninjutsu
mutate was not a core mechanic to bring back.
Right. So just start with F for
this looks like an F. Just don't put. The exception is like against a really aggressive deck, you could maybe side this in if you're a control deck and you need like an early interaction card. But honestly, that's just so bad. Don't do that.
Don't do that. Next, look at this. An offer you can't refuse. This is...
I have a counter. I indeed can and will refuse the offer.
This is blue for an instant and uncommon. And it says, counter target non-creature spell. Its controller creates 2 treasure tokens. You somehow found the will to say, I will not be putting this one in my deck.
Yes.
That's an F. So far, we're off to a rip and start for blue, 2 Fs. Next is Fleeting Distraction. This is blue for an instant at common. Target creature gets -1/-0 until end of turn, draw a card.
I like this one. This one's nice.
These ones actually overperform, right? Because just winning a combat and getting the card is such a nasty blowout. And you can get these cards cheap, easy late in the draft. And then it is just a cantrip, assuming that there's something that you can target on the battlefield. So the downside's relatively low. And then, of course, my mind keeps going back to that blue-red deck, where this is a cheap 1-mana cantrip that you can use to pump up all your team or whatever.
Yeah, which you certainly would want, as many fleeting distractions as you can. But I think this card is just pretty good in any deck that kind of has the room for it. Mm-hmm. Not every deck will. Like a blue-white flyers deck might just be like, well, I don't want to cut any of my removal spells. I don't want to cut any of my flyers. So this doesn't quite make the cut. But most of the time, I would say that this is going to be a decent card in your deck. So I like C for Fleeting Distraction. It really does play out fairly well.
It does. It plays way better than you'd think. Next is Spectral Sailor. This is blue for a 1/1 flying flash. It's a Spirit Pirate. It's uncommon. And then it has the activated ability of 3 and a blue, draw a card. So is that too slow?
No, this card's good. Like a 1-mana 1/1 flyer. I just think it's funny because one of the first shows we ever did when I joined the podcast was the biggest traps in limited, the top 8 biggest traps or whatever. Yeah. And Lovable Trap was number 1, of course. But 1/1 flyers for one were really bad in limited for a pretty long time.
Yeah.
And I now think if you look at the last 5 years of limited, 4 years of limited, maybe even less. 1/1 flyers for one are on balance good. Like you will play those more often than not. And I think that Spectral Sailor kind of, it's already that. And it also has a really strong ability where if like nothing's happening, you can just spend 4 mana and draw a card. Like, that is pretty sweet.
No, I like this card a lot. Especially for the Flyers deck, especially for a control deck that's looking to go long and just needs a little extra card draw. Would you give it like a B-?
Yeah, I think I would give it a B-. That I think it is just going to end up playing out really nicely. It's a card your opponent, like if you play this on 1, you're going to attack your opponent for like 2 or 3 damage, and then they're on turn 4. Before turn 4, if they can kill it, they're going to try to kill it. And if they don't, sometimes you're like, can I take turn 4 off to draw an extra card? In this format, I bet the answer will be yes a decent amount of the time. And if it's not, you still got a 1-mana play that they're going to want to deal with, and they're going to most likely spend 2 or 3 mana on.
Sometimes that's the thing. You have to remember that if you play your Spectral Sailor and they kill it for 3 mana, you were ahead, even if you didn't get to draw the cards. Witness Protection. This is the blue enchantment that enchants a creature. It's common. And it says enchanted creature loses all abilities and is a green and white citizen creature with base power and toughness 1/1 named Legitimate Business Person. This was from New Capenna. I don't remember how it played out though.
It was okay. It wasn't amazing, but it wasn't terrible.
It definitely has that quality that we were talking about before where it still leaves your opponent behind something, and those tend to underperform.
Yeah, I generally would not start by playing this card, but again, if you're really hard up for removal, then you might have to, and that's fine.
This seems like the type of card that like the blue-white Flyers deck would be interested in.
Totally,
where it's kind of a tempo thing.
The less your deck cares about the 1/1, the better this card gets. If you can just ignore it, it does get a lot better.
So D for Witness Protection?
D, but sometimes it's what you need. Sometimes it's a good card for you.
Brineborn Cutthroat. Oh, this one's back. This is the 1 and a blue 2/1 Merfolk Pirate at uncommon. It has flash. And whenever you cast a spell during an opponent's turn, you put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Kind of interesting in that, I kind of view the blue-red deck as wanting to cast a bunch of spells on its turn to pump up its stuff and do a big attack, where this doesn't get you there. But this doesn't ask that much of you, right? Like it's a flash 2/1, and if it picks up a counter, it's already kind of overperforming.
Yeah, I think it's all right. Like I don't think that I would build around this exactly, or think that it's like a card that's so good that you really have to be trying to maximize it. But if you get one counter, it's fine. You're going to be playing cards like Fleeting Distraction in your deck. Like it fits the game plan. Yeah, I bet. In blue-red, it plays around like a C+, and I bet in most other color combinations, it's closer to a C, C-.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Elementalist Adept is next. It's 1 and a blue for a 2/1 human wizard at common. It has flash. By the way, lots of flash creatures, so maybe the Cutthroat gets a little better there too if you're just casting your creatures on your opponent's turn. And this one also has prowess. That's nice. Yeah, these are all adding up to this prowess blue-red thing, having a lot of tools, especially if you can wait and cast this on your opponent's end step. Maybe they're like, I'm fine. They tap out. Then you play the Adept, and then all of a sudden, it's huge on your turn, or you're augmenting it in like a meaningful way. Because again, so many of these blue-red, this type of blue-red strategy does come down to like one major combat step that kind of dictates. If that goes well, then you win the game. And if they disrupt it, then you kind of don't. And this gives you a slightly better chance of that. And it works well with the Cutthroat too.
I do find it really odd to look at these two cards in the file right next to each other. They're both 1 in a blue, 2 ones with flash, and get +1/+1, which
it is weird.
It is a little funny, but again, like exactly like you said, probably pretty good in blue red, and probably not that desirable outside of it.
Yeah. And by the way, another card to add to the pile of things that matter together here. Here's Essence Scatter. So now you can leave up Brineborn Cutthroat, leave up Elementalist Adept, and still cast your Scatter if you need to. Works well with the Cutthroat too. 1 in a blue instant uncommon counter target creature spell.
Yeah, this card's great. It's always very good for blue.
They moved it to uncommon, man. They're like, you know what? We've had enough of this really efficient way to handle your opponent's creatures.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. It was typically one of the best commons in when it was a common, and I think it's going to be a desirable uncommon as well. So,
agreed.
I would give Essence Scatter probably a B. Like that's just how these tend to play out when you're
totally. The creatures are what matter.
Yeah.
Especially in this type of set. I mean, this is very creature centric. So yeah, B for Essence Scatter. Next is Mischievous Mystic. It's 1 in a blue for a 2/1 human wizard at uncommon. It's got flying. And whenever you draw your second card each turn, create a 1/1 blue fairy creature token with flying. Dang. This is a 2/1 flyer for 2, and it spits out other flyers?
Yeah, this card's neat, nice. I was going to say neat or nice, and I kind of went, yeah. It's a 2-mana 2/1 flying is already good enough here. And then whenever you cast like a cantrip, Fleeting Distraction going up in the pick order, it looks like that might be a really nice one. It makes a flying token. So if you get one token out of this, you're just rocking. So I like B+ for Mischievous Mystic. This looks like one of the best blue cards that we've seen.
Definitely. Luis and I consider a 1/1 flyer to be approaching a card worth of value. Like that's really good. Next is Run Away Together. This is the 1 in a blue instant at common. Choose 2 target creatures controlled by different players. Return those creatures to their owner's hands. So here you go. Here's a way, that you can pick up Guarded Air or the Dragon Trainer or whatever it was called. And while slowing down your opponent, killing a token on their side, blowing up an aura or something on a creature, that type of thing.
Yeah. I think Runaway Together baseline is about a C. Like this card actually plays out better than it looks, but once you factor in kind of how it's, the combos you can get, it can get up to like a C+, B- level.
Definitely. It just matters because you have 2 knobs to turn, right? You've got the one on like, how big of a hit am I taking for bouncing one of my things? Or how good is it that I bounce one of my things? And then, what's the leverage that I'm getting by bouncing one of my opponent? Is it just to set them back some mana, or is it killing a thing, or is it knocking off an aura, or is it bouncing a 9-drop that, time walks them? And depending on where those hit is how good it can be. But the average is actually quite good for it. So a big range for Runaway Together. Next is Strix Lookout. Is he wearing glasses? This is 1 in a blue for a 1/2 bird at common. It has flying and vigilance, and you can pay 1 in a blue and tap it to draw a card and discard a card.
I like this card. The art is great too. It's old Abuelo owl with glasses and flying vigilance plus a looter. The looter costs mana, but that's okay. I think that Strix Lookout is great. It looks like a really solid card for like the blue-white flyers deck. I would like to see a little bit of like extra value out of this card. Like having Empyrean Eagle in your deck or something like that. Things that really make it so like you're getting a bonus for playing it. But I think it's going to work out pretty nicely kind of regardless.
Yeah, I do too. This looks like the progression with looting is like, if it's free, it's kind of busted. If it costs 1 mana, it's well worth it. And if it costs 2 mana, you don't do it that often. Like you kind of do it when you need to. And that's probably where this should land. Like, I don't think that they should have pushed this to be, this amazing looter at common. It's like a thing that you have access to that's a little inefficient, but you do it when you need to. And like, if you have Mischievous Mystic, like you're just going to be, hammering the Strix Lookout every turn, for a card to produce the 1/1 flyers, like any type of combos unlocks this too. really nice design. And did you see the flavor text? Wise, watchful, fashionable. It's got it all.
Yep.
I would say C though for Strix Lookout. Like I'm not jumping out of my skin for this thing.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I think C is exactly where I would
Luis, one of my all-time favorites. Think twice. Oh, 1 in a blue instant draw card at common, and you can flash it back for 2 in a blue. I don't know how good it's going to be here, right? Amazing in blue red. And then we've seen just the one card that cared about drawing your second card each turn so far. The question I have is, what if it's just a card in your deck? You know, what if it's just your kind of slow, weird divination? Is that worth playing? Because I think in blue red, this is like a no-brainer.
I would hope so. I don't know the answer, of course, but I think affording one of the, it's a little worse than Deduce, of course, but you know, if you compare it to Deduce, you always played Deduce, and MKM was reasonably fast, well, actually pretty fast. So I think that my guess is most decks that aren't super fast can afford to play like one of these. If you're trying to get like 2 of these into your deck, you're going to need to either have like you said, a payoff for spells or instants or whatever, like some of the cards we've seen, or a really good plan for how you're controlling the game and getting to the point where your divinations can take over. So I like C for Think Twice, but it definitely can go up. Yeah.
And remember, discard, looting it away, milling it. Like these are all ways that you can get a little bit better with Think Twice. So maybe, you know, the blue-black deck wants to get Threshold going. Maybe this is a way that you can loot it, rummage it, or mill it away and get a little extra value. Next is Cephalid Ink Mage. This is 2 in a blue for a 2/2 Octopus Wizard at uncommon. When this creature enters, surveil 3. And here's a Threshold card. It has Threshold. This creature can't be blocked as long as you've got Threshold, which again is 7 cards in your yard.
I really like this trend of combining surveilling and looting with Threshold on the same card. It just is a nice way to kind of do that whole thing.
It's a cool tension. Yeah.
So I like the Ink Mage. I mean, 3 mana 2/2 Surveil 3 is already a card I think you're just going to be fine playing, and getting to get a 2/2 unblockable as well out of the deal like that. Yeah, that is not bad at all.
Yeah, and I view this as a Threshold enabler. It pays itself off, but you know, you would want to have this in a deck with multiple other cards that cared about Threshold, because look, there is a world where you just play the Ink Mage and you're just like, unless it's like literally the best card in my deck, it's going in the yard. Like I'm just milling myself for 3. Surveil 3 can be mill 3, right? And in the decks that need to do that, you do that. You don't get picky about it.
I mean, you frequently want it to, like you said, you really want to be able to just bin cards. Like they have to be pretty good for you not to want to bin them.
Right. So yeah, I like it. I mean, it has some build around tendencies. You know, I think you're right. You'd probably just play it anyway. Surveil 3 is a lot of cards to see. You know, by the time you play Cephalid Ink Mage, you've got 30 cards left in your library most of the time. So that's like 10% of your remaining cards that you get to look at. And then if you surveil all 3 of them, you get the 4th card out of the deal too. So, you know, you're seeing a lot of cards with the Ink Mage. And yeah, if it does become unblockable, that's decent too. What grade would you give it?
I'd probably just give it a B. I think for the decks that are interested, this is just going to play out really cleanly.
Yeah. That one feels like it is like, I have my eye on that one. It seems like it's going to occupy a good space. Next is Erudite Wizard, which is 2 in a blue for a 2/3 human wizard at common. It says when you draw, here's another one. When you draw your second card each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. So another payoff for that. And we have seen blue supporting this so far with Think Twice, which allows you to draw your card for the turn, then play Think Twice. So that's 2, and then do it again the next turn. So you get multiple double draw triggers, the Strix Lookout, which would allow you to do it every turn. And this one is traditionally a low priority payoff for that type of strategy. 3 mana, you get the first counter. It's a 3/4. You know, I'm thinking in terms of, does that buy me enough time to do it again? Basically. Right. And it kind of probably does. I mean, that's a very good blocker.
Yeah, I think it is. If you've got a lot of ways to trigger it, it's probably going to be fine to play. And it's also like pretty nice. Fleeting Distraction is becoming a load-bearing card. When you play this on 4 and then immediately have the Fleeting Distraction, like that seems pretty cool too.
I think so too. Low priority payoff, not a card you're going to have to prioritize. I assume the only deck that wants this is this deck that's trying to go for the draw 2 thing for the most part. So I would give it a C. It's probably more like a C- or a D in how often you actually put it into your deck. But assuming that you're, doing the thing and you put a few of these cards in that can get you the extra cards, I'm sure, it'll probably play at a C level. Build around C, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. What do you think?
I think build around C sounds about right for it.
Feybloom Trick is 2 and a blue for an instant. Uncommon, it says create 2 1/1 blue fairy creature tokens with flying. When you do, tap target creature an opponent controls. And I mentioned this is an instant.
Oh, this card's awesome. I mean, 2 flyers?
Yeah.
I would just be happy with that card, even if it didn't have the tap ability. Like this is a really good card.
Definitely. And it's a big tempo swing for the Flyers deck. This is, of course, a mega combo with our Signpost Uncommon. That turns this into 2/2 Flyers and a tapped creature on the other side. Like, that's a game-ending thing very quick. Yeah, this looks like a B+ for Feybloom Trick.
Yeah, I think B+. Like, I don't think it's quite, A level, but it is not weak.
This next card's weird. It's called Imprisoned in the Moon. It's 2 and a blue for an enchantment aura at uncommon, and it enchants a creature or a land or a planeswalker. And the permanent is a colorless land with tap at a colorless mana, and it loses all other types and abilities. So it downgrades.
It's like a Path to Exile.
It's Path to Exile. Yeah, it's like a Path to Exile. Yeah. Is it good? It was from Eldritch Moon.
Eldritch Moon, and it was not great there, but it was playable. Yeah, I don't know that it's good, but I think it's plausible, I guess.
Yeah, this to me feels like second tier removal, the type of thing you can put in your deck. It is not an embarrassing ad, but it's a D. Like, for me, it's just a fragile way to do this, and you do upgrade their mana, and that can definitely matter. Like, don't tell me if they play a 3, you go land number 3, play Imprison in the Moon, that you're feeling good, right? Because they're going to go land, play a 5-drop, and you have nothing on the board. Like, this is bad. So this is one of those trappish kind of removal spells, similar to the white one that gives you the 1/1 token or whatever. You can put one in your deck, but you should be very wary about doing so. It's a backup plan, not a primary plan.
Yeah.
So I'd say D.
I would say D as well. Yeah, I don't think you're going to want that in your deck so
Definitely
much.
Not. Next is Inspiration from Beyond. This is 2 and a blue for a sorcery at uncommon. It says mill 3 cards, then return an instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. Wow, that's cool. Do you have to? Can you fail to find one, or do you actually have to?
You do have to if there is one there.
If there is one. And then it has Flashback for 5 blue. So 7 mana to flash this thing back. But man, this does look like an enabler, right? Like, if you're playing blue-red, especially if you have any amount of mana, you could play this, get back, how about Fleeting Distraction, the card of the day, and play that, and that gives you 2 triggers in 1 turn. And if you're playing blue-black, this is milling you for 3, and maybe you get a card back, but that is turboing your threshold. It also doesn't do much. It's a 3-mana sorcery, and you're like, I got another card in my hand, go, right? So this is a fragile spot to maintain, right? Like, you don't want too many Inspirations from Beyond, probably.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like a really nice engine card. Like, that looks like the kind of card that you're going to want to have in your deck. But yeah, you can't play too many, but they do mill each other. Like, that part is pretty nice.
Yeah, you're piling up. I mean, again, I would view this as a one of in the decks that will often find the target, like blue-red, and then to be determined on like threshold decks. I could see that you just want these, like, because it's an uncommon, you're not going to get 5 of them. And you're just like, no, I will play that because that is the enabler to get my threshold going at maximum speed. And, you know, sometimes these threshold decks, when you are thresholded, are awesome. And sometimes they don't make the payoffs quite that good. And that's, you know, we don't know that part yet. But I would say build around B for inspiration from beyond if it is turboing threshold or always hitting something for your blue-red. And then the rest of the decks, I probably wouldn't run it.
Yeah, I think blue-black and blue-red are the 2 decks that are going to run this, and blue-green and blue-white are basically never going to run this, or very infrequently going to run it.
Mocking Sprite. This is 2 and a blue for a 2/1 fairy rogue at common. It's got flying, and it says instant and sorcery spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Is this a trap?
Yeah, we saw this in a set fairly recently, and it really, I think it was Woe. And
in Eldraine or whatever.
Yeah, wild. And it wasn't particularly exciting. Yeah. So my guess is that this card is not something you're super impressed with.
The blue-red versions of these decks, each creature slot is pretty sacred, and they usually want to be a payoff rather than an enabler. The enablers come from the spells feeding themselves by cantripping into more of them. This could do a thing, but my guess is my initial stance is that I would keep it at like the D+ range. And then if there's something I'm missing, maybe I'll go for it. Like, is this good in blue-white flyers? Maybe it's another flyer. You know, if you get 2, what is it called? Imperial whatevers, you know, you probably just want everything that says flying on it. So you might run these, but 3 mana for a 2/1 flyer is not exactly ahead of the curve. So you kind of need to be getting everything out of it. I would start D+ for Mocking Sprite.
Yeah, I like D+ for the Sprite. It really doesn't seem like a card I'm going to be excited to run.
Next is Refute, which is 1 blue for an instant at common. It says counter target spell, draw a card, then discard a card. Well, there's another payoff for the draw too, and you get that tacked on to cancel. Yeah,
I mean, I don't know how often you're going to want to play cancel in this deck, but or in this format, but it is a good cancel at least. I mean, are you
C-?
Does adding a loot really get you there?
Probably not. It feels close. Like it certainly helps.
Well, one thing that makes me again look towards cancel is like these decks don't seem super synergy based, so they're more concentrated on individual powerful cards. I mean, there's an argument both ways. If you counter their build around, the synergy deck gets worse. But it's more like I just feel like most decks are going to have a couple cards that are a lot better than the rest, and being able to counter their Shivan Dragon or Sarah Angel or what have you is pretty nice. So
yeah, that is true. Maybe just like C- for Refute.
Yeah. I like C-. The double blue is of course a big part of it.
It is. C- for Refute. Next is Rune Sealed Wall. This is 2 and a blue for a 0/6 artifact creature wall. It's uncommon. It has Defender. And this is interesting. You can tap it to surveil 1. That's another way to really start dumping cards into your graveyard if you're thresholding. And surveil 1 every turn-ish is pretty strong.
Yeah, I kind of like this card. 0/6, like they actually pumped up the toughness on this one a pretty good amount compared to most cards of this ilk. I would imagine a 0/5 is more common. So
definitely,
I actually think, especially since uncommon, this card's good. This is like a C+.
Yeah, uncommon. We're going to pick up the signal. C+ for Rune Sealed Wall. We see you, designers. We know. Etherize is next. It's 3 and a blue for an instant at uncommon. It says return all attacking creatures to their owner's hand. This is just okay, right?
Yeah, it's not great.
Don't fall for the dream of, they attacked me with 9 things and I got to, it's like you'll return 1 or 2 creatures with this for 4 mana. And you don't get to pick what they are. They do, whether they attack with them or not. I still think it's good though, right? Like anytime you nail a combat trick, anytime you nail two creatures that are kind of hard to, put back in play on the same turn, you're getting ahead. There are blowout potentials. Like I said, don't fall for the dream too hard, but there are dreams here, right? We've already had in red and white things that pump up like a whole team. and green. Sorry. So this is very good against Overrun, +2/+0 from red, and +2/+2 cab thing.
Beating against Overrun, yeah.
Right. A total nasty, so I would definitely be willing to, especially in like blue-white where you're often racing, where they are turning multiple creatures sideways because you're just doing the same thing in the air. That would be good. I would probably be less excited about this in like blue-red where you're trying to do kind of your own thing and worry a little less. But this does have a significant upside, and the downside's not too bad. You're overpaying probably on average for what you're getting for it. But the times when it does pop off, it's like potentially a game ender, kills tokens. I'm definitely, how I said before,
but how high are you looking then,
right?
though?
Because like there's the cards that I'll start off low on and kind of make somebody prove it to me. This is a card I'm willing to start off higher on and kind of, if it doesn't work out a few times, I'll downgrade it. My gut just says C+ for Aetherize on average.
I like C more than C+. I'm not super impressed with it.
Yeah. I think I would be trending towards worse than better.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I think it's okay, but I think in a blue-white, I would be pretty happy with the first copy of this. In blue-green as one of your like 2 or 3 interactive spells, same. Mm-hmm. Blue-red, I'm not that. I think blue-red wants to be assertive, from what I'm seeing. And blue-black, I think that blue-black typically has good enough removal that it doesn't need to play kind of 0-for-1 removal, right? Yeah. Bounce is not, it puts you down a card.
My guess is that the average non-limited resources listener sees this card and gets real excited. Like, I think that
it's a card with certainly upside.
Right. It's one of those ones where you can dream. Next is Big Fin Bouncer. This is 3 and a blue for a 3/2 Shark Pirate at common. It says when this creature enters, return target creature an opponent controls to its owner's hand.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, the classic core set stats on this was 2/2, and then now they've decided, like, okay, 3/2 is you got to keep up with the times. Yeah, of course this card's great. Best blue common probably. Like, yeah, it just really does the job. I mean, I don't know. A 3/2 is got real stats, and bouncing any creature is exactly what you want to do. So I probably just play B for Big Fin Bouncer.
Big for big.
B for the Big Fin.
Triple B. Next tuna. Is Clinquant. What does that mean? Clinquant Sky Mage. Clinquant?
It's like they used to, they would call this guy Clint, but that name wasn't invented yet. So it's like, it's Clinquant.
This is his full name.
Yeah.
Clinquant Sky Mage is.
I'm just going to call this guy Clint. I don't want to.
Yeah. He looks like a Clint. Look at him. 3 and a blue for a 1/1 flying bird wizard at uncommon. And it says, whenever you draw a card, put a +1/+1 counter on it. So starts off as a 4-mana 1/1 flyer, but goes up sharply from there. Any card you draw, that's your card for the turn. That's any extra cards. Yeah,
I'm in for Clint. It seems like he's gonna get some work done there.
Definitely. This is a classic must kill, lightning rod type card, but which isn't great when it costs 4 mana and has 1 toughness. Like, that is a card that they will often be able to kill for less mana than you spent. So it does have its downside, but man, by just your draw step, it's a 2/2. The next turn, it's a 3/3 where you're actually already kind of happy-ish. And after that, it just gets dumb. And if you have any way to turbo it, this thing becomes a dragon right quick. I think it would be worth the risk. And even if you do get hit with removal where they're ahead on the mana exchange, it's still a 1-for-1. And you had that upside of kind of having to be this 4-mana, game ender.
Yeah, it's a kind of bad top deck, but it immediately attacks, like you said, a 2/2 and frequently a 3/3. So I would be in for this in any deck that has good ways to kind of draw extra cards. I don't think I would want to put this in a deck that has no ways to do that.
Just sitting there waiting. Would you give it a B for Clint?
No, I'd give Clint a C+, I think.
C+ for that. Okay. So maybe build around, it gets into the B range if you're turboing, but would you give it like a D without extra card draw?
It's actually like very close to being unplayable.
Just too slow. Okay. Next is Light Shell Duo. This is the 3 and a blue 3/4 Rat Otter at common with prowess, and it says when this creature enters, Surveil 2. So this is a clear pivot card type attempt, right? Where you can play this in the blue-red deck because it has prowess, and you can play it in blue-black because it surveils 2 and maybe gets you to threshold. Yeah. But it's not really exciting in either, right? At the 4 mana slot, it's just okay.
Yeah, I mean, this was like, just okay when we saw it in Bloomburrow, and
I think it'll be a little better here, but
I think it will be a little better. I think that this format is a little bit less powerful, but I think that it's still probably a C level card. Yeah.
C for Light Shell Duo. Next is Micromancer. This is the 3 and a blue 3/3 human wizard at uncommon. It says when this creature enters, you may search your library for an instant or sorcery card with mana value 1, reveal it, put it in your hand, and then shuffle. So if you're searching up Fleeting Distraction, is that good? Probably.
Yeah, it's probably good enough.
Mm-hmm. You may have something even better, but
I would want 2 targets before I played this card. But if you had 2, I don't mind it too much.
Yeah, I don't either. I think this would probably be worth it. Just a 3/3 body on the ground isn't great, but it does block and trade with a lot of stuff. And if you're even getting kind of a weird 2-for-1 off of it, it's probably close enough. I would say like C+ for Micromancer if you have the 2 targets.
Yeah, I like C+ there.
I don't know what the absolute best target in this set is, but there could be something like absurd to get with it too. Next is Uncharted Voyage. This is 3 and a blue for an instant at common. It says target creature's owner puts it on their choice of the top or bottom of their library, and you surveil 1. So yet another functional reprint from the last set here.
Yeah, and this was very good when it doesn't hit permanence, vanish from sight, hit permanence, but still.
You're right.
Yeah.
So not a functional reprint.
But still, quite strong.
Mm-hmm. You do hit creatures the most often. C+ for Uncharted Voyage.
Yeah, this is going to end up being a C+. It might. It honestly wouldn't be that far from a B-, but I do think it's a C+.
Arcane Epiphany is next. It's 3 blue for an instant and uncommon. It says this spell costs 1 less to cast if you control a wizard. Draw 3 cards.
I kind of like it.
You do kind of like it.
I frequently would like to control a wizard. That is typically something I enjoy. And 5 mana draw 3 at instant speed. I'm always down for that. So
yeah, this can be.
I like Arcane Epiphany at probably like a B.
Okay, because this can be your 1 reload card, right? Your 1 big finish end gamer kind of. This is going to put me over the top. You don't want multiples of these very often. They pile up on each other in your hand and they don't do anything the turn that you cast them typically. But one of these can be like the card that's like, okay, I've got my opponent down to 1 card. They might play some dumb creature. I have a removal spell. And then they go Arcane Epiphany and you're like, on your end step, they draw 3, they draw for their turn. And all of a sudden they have 4 cards in hand and you're buried again.
Yeah, if you can cast it for 4 mana, like that's a pretty big game too.
Extremely good if you can do that. What grade did you say? You said B?
Yeah, probably B-.
It's a B-.
Being realistic, I suppose.
Icewind Elemental is 4 and a blue for a 3/4 elemental at common. It's got flying, and when it enters, you loot. You draw a card and then discard a card. They did it again. This is another can't say anything bad about it. 5 mana common. It's probably worth playing. Again.
Yeah, you will play the first copy of this for sure. Maybe the second.
I think so.
It's actually kind of. It mitigates the problem of getting multiples because they loot each other away.
Yeah, it's true.
Though, obviously, if you have 2 stuck in your hand, that is a bad thing, too.
Yes, but that's true for all 5s, right? And, you don't have that many in your deck, probably. This looks like a solid C to me for Icewind Elemental. It also straddles a couple of decks here, right? It hits the Flyers deck, and it hits the cares about drawing 2 cards, which I don't know if that's an entire archetype, but there's enough of them around. Plus, just looting at that stage of the game.
3/4 flyer is just a very real card.
It is.
When you've got a 3/4 flyer, they're going to either trade a real creature or removal spell for it, or you're just going to play it and attack them for 3, and that's going to be good too.
That's good too. Yeah, 4 toughness.
I like
makes
this
it
at
tough.
C. I think I would give it a C plus if you didn't have one and going into pack 3.
Yeah.
I'm more inclined to give it a C plus because you would like to get one of these.
And that loot at that stage of the game's really good. Like you play your fifth land, you play the elemental, and you don't want lands anymore.
Yeah, lands are frequently dead at that point, so you get some pretty good advantage out of getting to loot them away.
Skyship Buccaneer is next. It's 3 blue for a 4/3 flying human pirate at uncommon, and it has raid. When this creature enters, draw a card if you attacked this turn.
Wow. There we go. This is the blue equivalent.
This is kind of tough sitting next to the Icewind Elemental. Like you get a 4/3 flyer that just straight draws you a card if you can raid it.
But I guess that's uncommon versus common. So.
It is indeed.
And that's just like the 2/1 flyer that makes a fairy versus the versus like the 2/1 flash prowess. But yeah, Skyship Buccaneer is great. This is a B.
It looks like a B to me.
Thrilled to have this card.
Every time you can trigger it. Blue-white flyers can trigger it really easily too. Next is Grappling Kraken. This is 4 blue for a 5/6 Kraken at uncommon. It says landfall. Whenever land enters under your control, tap target creature an opponent controls. Wow, and put a stun counter on it. Huh. Is that actually worth it? What deck wants a 6 mana 5/6 big dumb thing?
I like this card a lot.
You do like it?
Yes, they can kill it. That's obviously the risk of playing a 6-drop. But if this isn't play, aren't you just dominating the board?
Definitely.
Like you play a land and you just get to just tap one of their things like that. I don't know. Sounds pretty good to me.
It does. And the thing stays tapped down. It's just 6 mana. Doesn't do anything the turn you play it. Those are downsides that are very real. But I like it too. I could see this being a finisher, for a blue-based control deck.
Yeah.
Blue-black probably.
I like the Kraken. I think, or blue-green. I think
blue-green. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Really, any deck that can get to 6, I think will be pretty happy with the
blue-green for sure, especially with the extra lands available.
I would give it a B.
Would you give it a B? I was going to say B minus. Same difference. So we'll split the difference there. Next is Self-Reflection. This is 4 blue for a sorcery at uncommon, and it says create a token that's a copy of target creature you control, and then you can flash this back. This is where it gets interesting, for 3 and a blue. So it actually costs less to flash back than it does to cast, which should lead you down that path of thinking, well, maybe I could just put it in the graveyard and skip that whole first part, because that part's really great. Like if you can just surveil this into your yard and just get clone a creature you control for 4 mana kind of for free out of your yard, that's great. But I do not want to pay 6 mana to do this. Like, how many times are you paying 6 and getting creature that's actually worth less than that?
Yeah, I think the real question is like, what kind of decks are using this? I think ones that can discard and self-mill are going to get a lot more value out of it.
Definitely. That's the plan.
Yeah. And I think that being able to kind of set that up is nice. The one thing that's a little bit tricky is that you do also have to have creatures. So you have to have quality creatures, which I think is going to restrict this a fair amount, is my guess.
I would give Self-Reflection like a build around C+. Like if you can discard it and flash it back, you're getting something kind of for nothing, and that's really good. But even that has setup costs. So you're kind of dealing with 2 layers of setup costs. You have to get it in the yard to make it worth it. And then you also have something worth copying to make it work. And the thing has to stick around, blah, 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 blah. A lot of setup costs, but I like it. I think if I had a bunch of looting or surveilling or milling, I would run Self-Reflection and try to do the thing.
Yeah. I think it looks like a pretty neat thing to be doing, but
it does.
I just think most decks are probably not going to be that well poised to take advantage of it.
Yeah. Last blue card is Tolarian Terror. This is 6 and a blue for a 5/5 Serpent at common. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each instant and sorcery card in your graveyard, and it has Ward 2. And the last time we saw this thing, it was sweet. Really good
so
card.
Sick.
Yeah.
That was Dominaria United. I loved playing Tolarian Terror decks.
Yeah, that was your boy. I love the artwork. I love everything about this card. So the question is, does it go into decks beyond blue-red? Like, does the self-mill / threshold deck meet this requirement
Yeah,
too?
I mean, once again, this is a very Grixis-y card where it's like blue-red or blue-black. I could very much believe it. Cannot believe it in blue-green, barring something very strange going on.
Right.
And blue-white, probably not either.
Probably not either.
I really do think it's like a blue-black / blue-red sort of deal.
But it's a nice one in those decks. I mean, this thing's a common. And like, at least in the set in Dominar United, like you could cast it for like 2 mana, even 1 mana. Yeah. And it has ward 2. It's really annoying to deal with. 5 toughness is hard for some of the red spells. So build around for sure. But like, I would give it a build around. Like, it played as a build around B in the set that it was in before. So totally let's just do that again. So if you're playing in those 2 color pairs, give it a shot. Last color is black. Oh, I love this card. Diregraph Ghoul is our first card. It's black for a 2/2 that enters tapped. It's an uncommon zombie.
Diregraph Ghoul, sweet. It doesn't end up being all that good in my experience, but it is pretty sweet.
But it is pretty cool. My guess is that Diregraph Ghoul plays at like the C- D+ level, and I would probably just give it a D+ to start.
Yeah.
Eaten Alive is next. It's black for a sorcery at common. It says, as an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature or pay 3 and a black. It says exile target creature or planeswalker. So 5 mana sorcery speed, exile a creature or planeswalker, or 1 if you sack a creature alongside it.
So this is a kind of the classic, Final Vengeance type card, the buyout being that you can just pay mana. And these tend to play pretty well because if you're in a position where you can't sack a creature, you can often pay 5, and being able to sack a token or a creature with a death trigger, which there are, the next card we see is gonna show us that, you end up, I think, getting some pretty good value out of it. So I like Eaten Alive. It does get a little costly the more copies you get, though.
It does. But the first one tends to be very good. And like you said, it does trigger Morbid, and it does a bunch of cool stuff. Really nice design too. Because they could have gone higher on the mana cost part and said, if you're going to do that, you're going to pay 6. And they didn't. They kept it actually fairly fair. I would give it a C. I would give Eaten Alive a C. What do you want to give it?
I would give it a C+. I think the first copy is pretty good, especially C+ in a deck that can utilize it nicely, I guess, is a better way to put it.
With cards like Infestation Sage, our next card, it's black for a 1/1 Elf Warlock at common. When this creature dies, create a 1/1 black and green insect creature token with flying. So it actually upgrades itself when it dies, and this is a perfect thing to throw to Eaten Alive or to chump block
Infestation Stage is pretty sweet. It's it's going to be really good in these kinds of decks.
Mm-hmm. C? C-? C?
Oh, not C-. I'm
C+?
I'm thinking C to C+, depending on kind of what your deck ends up looking like. I could see decks that want this at like close to the B level, and then there's decks that aren't really that interested in playing it.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's a big compliment for Infestation Stage. Next is Stab, which is black for an instant at common, and it says target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn.
Yeah,
is that a reprint or no?
No, Disfigure. I mean, it's exactly the text of Disfigure. I think they've never used the word stab.
Okay. These type of cards play out really well, generally speaking. You've got the
first copy of this is almost a B. The second copy, maybe a C+. So I would probably give it a C+. But it's so nice when you just have 2 of these in your deck. You know that you're not going to get killed by an aggro deck all that often.
No, it's great. And then, of course, we always like to mention that you can use this to shrink down a bigger creature and trade or even have your lesser creature eat it. So it isn't just killing things with 2 toughness. Next is Burglar Rat. This is 1 and a black for a 1/1 rat at common. And it says, when this creature enters, each opponent discards a card.
Yeah, these cards also always play very well.
They do. They get a card just for doing the thing unless your opponent's completely out of gas. And they're great for sacrificing or chump blocking or doing those type of things with.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no limit to how many Burglar Rats I want in my deck because they get better in multiples. Like when your opponent plays a Burglar Rat on turn 2, you're like, okay, I can discard land number 5, and then you're not gonna, that's fine. The second one, they're like, okay, well, I can't discard my 4th land. I guess I'll have to discard my worst spell, and then you're really putting the squeeze on them. It's actually funny because mind rots are typically good late to try to like nab their last 2 cards. Sometimes you just want to play these as early as possible because that puts them in a position where they don't know if they're going to draw land number 4, so they have to discard a spell. Then they draw 2 lands. They're like, I would have just discarded a land if I knew that. But
yes,
the risk of punishment is just, of course, too big. So I like Burglar Rat a lot. This is, I think, a C+. And
I do too.
What's great about this is like Infestation Stage is great in a deck that has sacrifice effects.
Mm-hmm.
So is Burglar Rat.
Mm-hmm.
Burglar Rat's also just great in any deck. It's just a good card. Like you're just not going to be unhappy to have this card regardless of what's going on.
Very annoying card. Next is Exsanguinate, which is black X for a sorcery at uncommon. Each opponent loses X life. You gain life equal to the life lost this way. Is this a reliable win condition?
No, I would typically not play this unless you really had a good paint, like you're really getting value from gaining life, but I don't think most of these decks are going to really even play out like that.
Yeah, I would give Exsanguinate an F just at face value. Like this is just not how Magic is won. Next is Fake Your Own Death. This is the 1 in a black instant at common. It says until end of turn, target creature gets +2/+0 and gains. When this creature dies, return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control, and you create a treasure token. These type of cards tend to swing fairly wildly.
They definitely do.
Sometimes they're really bad, and sometimes they actually do quite well. +2/+0 is kind of a lot. Like it does mean that you are going to win the combat a lot. And if the win, the upside case for Fake Your Own Death is my creature traded up and I got it back, it will do that. I would expect Fake Your Own Death to see play.
Yeah, no, I think it's just going to be a pretty decent card.
Mm-hmm.
Like this looks like a C to me, like just a very solid combat trick that you're going to play this, like you said, trade up, and you also get a treasure token. So like you're getting a nice little rebate too.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and this is a type of card you could like, you play Burglar Rat, you get your card out of it, you block their 2/2 with your Burglar Rat and just go Fake Your Own Death on it. And you're like, I don't really care what you do at this point. Like if you use a removal spell to remove my Burglar Rat in response, I won't be happy, but like, okay.
That's a particularly gnarly one too.
Right. And then if they don't, it's like, okay, Burglar Rat's back. You lose another card, you lose your creature. Like there's significant upside to weird combat tricks like this. So C for Fake Your Own Death. Next is Hungry Ghoul. Is that you and me right now?
Oh yeah.
1 in a black for a 2/2 zombie at common. 1, you can pay 1 and sacrifice another creature to put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Yeah, so this is like one little mark towards the threaten, being like, maybe, right? Like there's a slight, like we know the signpost didn't say this is a sacrifice deck, but there is a little bit here. It's not great. Generally speaking, I'd really need to be getting more than the +1/+1 counter out of the Hungry Ghoul. But it is instant speed. It is relatively cheap at just the 1 mana.
Yeah, I think that if you have some fodder, if you have 2 Burglar Rats and then one of the 1/1s that dies into a 1/1, you probably play this card. I wouldn't really want to play this card without something that makes sense to feed to it. Because, I mean, if you're really locking on 2-drops, you can always play a 2-mana 2/2. Like that, that is always just fine. You're never going to feel like you really made a mistake there. But this is like a D level card unless you're putting yourself in a position to get extra advantage out of it.
Right. That's what I think too. And I don't know that this set's built around it quite enough. Next is Macabre Waltz. This is the 1 in a black sorcery at common. It says return up to 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand, then discard a card. This card's had some pretty good runs actually.
Yeah. I mean, it's totally solid. It is a 2 for 2. You're not actually getting an advantage, but there's a lot of ways to kind of get a little bit bonus. Like it helps, like in your threshold deck, discarding a card is good. You're getting cards out, but like presumably they're cheap ones to get back in. It's a spell. It also lets you trade, cards with flashback. Discarding those is also pretty nice. So I like the first Waltz at like probably a C+ if you have good creatures to get back. They get lower in value pretty quickly. Like
that's right.
I don't think I've ever played a deck with 3, and most decks
No.
want 1 rather than 2.
1. Yeah. But, and I always like these in the scrappy decks, the burglar rat deck, right? Like rather than being like, I'm going to get my 2 bombs.
Is a load-bearing structure, it's a pillar of black here. It's a fantastic card.
It is. Next is Pilfer. This is 1 and a black for a sorcery at common. It says target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it. That player discards that card. I don't think so. Do you?
Like they're fine. They get better in sealed when they're going to have an expensive card. I think this also depends a lot on the speed of the format. If 5 and 6 mana cards are pretty good and important, then having a Pilfer in your deck can be nice. Like a blue-black control deck, I think would typically play the first one of these.
I think so too. I think the issue is like if you're playing against green or whatever, yeah, you want a Pilfer. But if you're playing against red-white, you don't. Like it's way too slow and all their cards are kind of the same. I would default to not main decking a Pilfer, especially if I'm playing best of 1 on Arena until kind of proven otherwise. It just feels a little bit too slow against too many of the decks that you may be facing. If the format's slower, if the decks that you can't beat are the ones that have that, then you might be able to swap in a Pilfer in the main. I would start it off at like D+ though.
Yeah. I like D+ for Pilfer, but it goes up to like a C depending on what your deck looks like as well.
Exactly. Reassembling Skeleton. This is the 1 and a black 1/1 Skeleton Warrior at uncommon, and you can pay 1 and a black and return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Boy, why isn't there like a heavy sacrifice sub theme with it? Feels like there's numerous cards that we've seen that go really well in it, and we just haven't. We've got Hungry Ghoul and Eaten Alive as the only cards that even really
There's
mentions.
Vampire Gourmand at uncommon, and it's not much else.
So there's just like a little smatter, little.
Yeah, there's a couple uncommons that like sacrifice, I guess, but we're not seeing a really heavy theme. And reassembling Skeleton is not good unless you're sacrificing it for benefit.
How do you feel about chumping it and then?
I just don't think that's a very strong play. Playing it, chumping, and then returning it is just okay. I mean, if you've got discard and self-mill, this is a good one to discard to Macabre Waltz. The rule of thumb for Skeleton, I think, is if I have like 2 or 3 cards it's good with, I don't mind playing it.
Yeah.
But it's not so strong that on its face that I would play it with less than that. So I would give it a build around C, or otherwise it's like a D.
Yeah, agreed. Next is
like even the combo with Hungry Ghoul. You're playing 3 mana to put a counter on the Ghoul.
Right.
That's not that good.
That's actually not that good. Next is Sanguine Siphoner. This is 1 and a black for a 1/3 Vampire Warlock at common. And it says, whenever this creature attacks, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life.
Yeah, we've just seen this, and it's if you care about the life gain or the life loss, it's okay, but it's not that good otherwise. So probably a D. And
we've seen a little bit of support for the life gain deck, but not that much. And the life loss part doesn't seem to be like doing anything other than just that. So D for Sanguine Siphoner. Next is Vampire Gourmand. This is the 1 and a black 2/2 vampire at uncommon. It says, whenever this creature attacks, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, draw a card, and this creature can't be blocked this turn. So there's a little combo there with the skeleton, but even then, is that good? I guess. That
is good because you get to attack for 2 and draw a card for 2 mana. That's pretty sweet. I like Vampire Gourmand. Like if you play this on 2, then play a Burglar Rat on 3, old reliable, like you get some pretty good value. Same as if you play the 1-drop, you play that on 1, this on 2. Totally. Yeah, you're cooking. So I like B for Vampire Gourmand. This looks like a pretty solid uncommon.
Yeah, because you only need to trigger this once or twice before you kind of feel like you're doing it. It doesn't have to be some huge engine. Next is Vengeful Blood Witch. This is 1 and a black for a 1/1 Vampire Warlock at uncommon. Whenever this creature or another creature you control dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Man, these are really annoying and they can be really, really powerful. They can just sit there and just drain away, over and over, but it is limited to just your creatures. So that's a limiting factor. And what are you going to do? Kill all their stuff? Like if you could do that, you'd win the game anyway. Like you don't need this. I'm a bit of a non-believer, even though I recognize the power level. What do you think about the Blood Witch?
I just think it's a build around B, where if you've got a lot of creatures that are put themselves in the graveyard and you have like, sacrifice or little token themes, like it could be pretty good. But
Okay.
my guess is it'll be decent in like black, white or good in black, white, and sometimes good in black, red, but not that strong in like black, green, or, and definitely not black, blue.
Okay. Yeah. I it does seem like there's some sacrifice stuff going, but just doesn't feel pushed quite enough. Gutless Plunderer is next.
I like this one.
That's a nice name. What does it do?
It's 2 and a black for a 2/2 skeleton pirate. It's got at common, and it's got death touch. It also has raid. When this creature enters, if you attack this turn, you can look at the top 3 cards of your library. You may put one of those back on top of your library and put the rest in your graveyard. So 3 mana 2/2 death touch is fine. That's like a decent price of entry. Like you're not like, not excited about that, but it's totally playable. And then the raid, it doesn't draw you a card. That's pretty important, but it does let you pick the best of your top 3, leave it on top, and then mill the next 2, which is good card selection. It's comparable to Surveil 3. I wonder why they didn't do that.
Yeah.
But it's really good for like Threshold and any other graveyard stuff. So I think Gutless Plunder is a C. This looks like a card you'd play most of the time.
I think so too. And again, you'll be keeping an eye on the fact that you can really dump those into your yard. Next is Hero's Downfall. 1 black instant uncommon, destroy target creature, ... or planeswalker. Basically a murder.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that it hits planeswalkers is kind of irrelevant in limited, and I don't even know if there's any planeswalkers in this set.
I don't either.
I would say this is probably like probably a B-. Like it's a fine removal spell. Maybe just give it a B. This is a core set effectively. So
that's what I'm thinking.
It's always fine in core sets.
In a regular set, this would be in the C range, but in a core set, this is probably like a B. Infernal. Go ahead.
I was gonna say Infernal Vessel is a funny one too. I like the flavor on these cards. They have some cool ones. So this is 2 and a black for a 2/1 human cleric at uncommon. And when this creature dies, if it wasn't a demon, return it to the battlefield under its control with 2 +1/+1 counters on it, and it's a demon in addition to its other types. So 3 mana 2/1 that dies into a 4/3. That's cool. It gives you something to sacrifice. You can trade this off and get a 4/3 back. Like it's a neat card and also a good one. I would give this a B. You can just put this into any deck. Imagine if you're playing like an aggressive red deck and you go like, play a 2 mana 2/2 and they play this and you're just like, okay, what are you going to do? Like trade off with it, cast a burst lightning on it? Like it's horrible. So I like B for Infernal Vessel.
Same. That is a very annoying and cool card. Next is Marauding Blight Priest. This is a 2 and a black 3/2 vampire cleric at common. Whenever you gain life, each opponent loses 1 life.
Yeah, another life gain card that is really like these cards. We've seen this so many times. It's never that good. It's like a D. Like you can play this card, but it's just like it's not going to do that much for you. Sometimes it'll drain them a few times.
Midnight Snack is 2 and a black for an enchantment at uncommon. It has raid. At the beginning of your end step, if you attack this turn, create a food token, and you can pay 2 and a black and sacrifice this enchantment to have target opponent lose X life, where X is the amount of life you gained this turn. So
every turn that you attack, you get a food, and then at some point you like eat all the food and then sack this, and probably like at 7 mana you go sack a food, pay 3, sack this, you take 6. I'm not really sold on this. I don't think a food token is that good intrinsically. I'm not seeing life gain payoffs that are like that strong. And this whole I attacked a bunch, then I play this to finish them off combo I'm a little skeptical. This will have some high impact turns though. But you attack with a 3/3 lifelink, sack a food, sack another food, you take 9 is just like, it's pretty spicy. But
it just feels weird to make you attack to gain the food.
Honestly, this is a D. I don't think this is actually good.
Yeah, bad. Seeker's Folly is 2 and a black for a sorcery at uncommon. Choose 1. Target opponent discards 2 cards, or creatures your opponents control get -1/-1 until end of turn. That's really funny. They took 2 cards that have been printed before that are fringe playable, and they just stuck them together to see if it's
kind of cool because when Mind Rot's bad, maybe -1/-1 is good, and vice versa. Mind Rot is also a really nice baseline of like, it's really hard for that card to be terrible.
True.
So you just have to be really behind on board, and then when you are, maybe -1/-1 helps.
I guess, are these different enough that you would actually want to main deck it? Because they're both
I would start by
A little
main
below
decking
the
this.
par. You would. Yeah, the Mind Rot probably is pretty
I'm
good.
kind of
in the
feeling
core
Mind
set,
Rot in
too.
this format.
I'm thinking that same thing. Yeah.
Well, speaking of Seeker's Folly, I have to go seek my children. So
Okay.
I will let you close this one out. We don't have too much left. And
just a few more black cards.
Before I go, little last thoughts on the set. I'm expecting core set gameplay. I'm expecting cards like Mind Rot to be good. I'm expecting cards like Murder to be solid. I think that you're going to have a lot of kind of meat and potatoes games. Like, this doesn't look too fast, but obviously you're probably going to feel it if you're on the draw without a 2-drop, because that's just how limited works now. And if part of the gameplay here is you got to save your Murder for their Sheevan Dragon because they have one card that's a lot better than their other cards, I don't mind that. I think that could be pretty fun. So we'll see how it plays out, and good luck with the rest of the cards. Pretty likely that I'm not on the show for a while after this, by the way.
Yeah.
I do. There's almost no chance I make it to next week. I'm glad we were able to get the set review and under the wire. But you are in the capable hands of Cheon from here on out, as of course, Marshall. So
yeah.
Cheers, and I'll have expanded the brood next time I'm on the show.
Okay. Good luck with everything, Luis. Keep us updated.
Will do.
Okay, so let's get through. We've got, not that many cards left, actually. So it'll just be me and you from here on out. Where were we at? Midnight Snack? No, Seeker's Folly. And Luis is saying that he kind of was feeling a Mind Rot. And I kind of agree with him. These core sets tend to do well with those. So I would still start it relatively low. I would start it at D+ for Seeker's Folly. But that doesn't mean it's not main deckable. It just means it's a little below the curve. Next is Stromkirk Blood Thief. This is 2 and a black for a 2/2 Vampire Rogue at uncommon. It says at the beginning of your end step, if an opponent lost life this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on target vampire you control. And this is a vampire, so this is actually pretty good. This is a little bit of an upgrade in terms of what you need to do from raid. It's not just attack. They actually have to have lost life, but there's ways to do that without attacking as well. And, if you play this thing, you just play a 2-drop, get through with it, play this, you get a 3/3, or if that thing happened to be a vampire, you can grow it. That's not too bad, actually. You just want to make sure that you're being very assertive. You want to be in an aggressive black deck. Black-red probably would be the place for it. But if you were, especially if you had a few more vampires, I think that could be a thing. Let me see how many vampires there actually are in the set. And this time I won't count the ones that don't count. Let's see. It looks like there are 6. And 2 of them are rare. 1 of them is mythic. 2 of them are common. And 1 of them is uncommon, or is this one? Anyway, and this one's uncommon. So I don't know, probably not quite enough to make it like that you're spreading counters everywhere, but definitely enough to just do it itself. I think if you're an aggressive deck, you'd probably want this. And I put it at like the C+ range for that type of deck. Ooh, next card is a GOAT tier limited card. It's Vampire Nighthawk with the original art too, which is awesome. It's 1 black for a 2/3 flying death touch lifelink. It's a vampire as well. Maybe I didn't actually get all of them in my list there. Yeah, I didn't. I actually don't know how many vampires there are. It was not in the order that I thought it was. Vampire Nighthawk is unbelievable. 3 mana, 2/3 flying death touch lifelink. It's honestly like one of the best combo stats limited cards ever for what you pay for it. I don't think there would ever be a format where this card wouldn't be excellent. This one seems definitely good because of the lifelink plus evasion. So that does allow you to trigger your cares about life gain or their opponent's losing life stuff, but you don't even need that. The question is just B or B+ for Nighthawk, and I'm going to go B+. I don't think it's still... There was a format way back in the day called Zendikar where Vampire Nighthawk was legitimately as good as many of the rares and would be in the A range. My guess is that in this set, it'll probably be in the B+. So I'm going to say B+ for the Nighthawk, but if you're in black, don't pass it. Next is Bake Into a Pie. This is 2 black for an instant at common. It says, destroy target creature, create a food token. This card played out really, really well in Throne of Eldraine, which is where it was first printed. And I expect in a core set, it will do the same. It gives you the life buffer from, getting beaten down, and then it triggers any of the cares about life gain cards. And then it's just a very solid instant speed removal spell for a black deck. So I would say B- for Bake Into a Pie, maybe even a B. This type of card plays out really, really well. All the decks that can cast it want it. Next is Billowing Shriek Mass. That's a great name. 3 and a black for a 2/3 Flying Spirit at uncommon. It says when this creature enters, mill 3 cards. And then it has Threshold, so that's nice. It helps itself. This creature gets +2/+1 as long as there are 7 more cards in your graveyard. So, wow, this is pretty good. You're getting a 4/4 flyer for 4 if you get to Threshold, and it really does help. Milling 3 is, it's 7 for Threshold, so it's almost half. You can almost always get a card naturally into the graveyard by this point, so you're over halfway done most of the time by the time the Shriek Mass hits, and if you have any help, any looting, any extra milling, any surveilling, you're going to be able to turn this thing into a 4/4 flyer. How exciting is that? It's pretty good. 4/4 flyer for 4 is definitely like a B- or something like that. So that would be well worth it. I think what you're looking at here really though is the combination of good stats when it gets to Threshold, and it gets you to Threshold for your other Threshold cards, not just for the Shriek Mass itself. And I think the combination of those things is pretty strong. If you are not trying to get to Threshold for other cards in your deck, like if you're not blue-black for the most part, I would assume that this goes down quite a bit. Even with the mill of 3, it is hard to get to 7 unless you're trying. You'll get to 4 or 5 pretty often, but those last 2 cards can be really hard to get, way harder than you might imagine. And if you're playing a 4-mana 2/3 flyer that isn't really doing much for your other cards, that's not really going to be great. So, I would put this in the probably B for Billowing Shriek Mass in the blue-black deck that actually cares about Threshold, or any deck that really cares about Threshold. And it's probably more like a C- in the other decks because unless you have the ability to get Threshold for some reason. Next is Crypt Feaster. This is 3 and a black for a 3/4 zombie at common. It has Menace, and it also has Threshold itself. Whenever this creature attacks, if you have Threshold, this creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn. So it becomes a 5/4 Menace for 4 if you can get to Threshold. That's a not unreasonable payoff. I think if you were Turbo Threshold, you probably would run the first Crypt Feaster just because that is fine. Like, it hits hard. It kind of demands to be blocked. It probably trades for 2 creatures if they do double block. But this isn't where I would be focusing. This would be like filler for that deck. I think the real question is, if you're like just random red-black deck, do you play a 3/4 Menace for 4? I could see it. I would probably say Crypt Feaster in Threshold is like a C, and in not Threshold is probably a D. It's just okay. That is not the worst, a 3/4 Menace for 4, but my guess is that with no help on Threshold, you probably won't want to be doing that. There'll be better stuff that you'll want to do. Next is Revenge of the Rats. This is 2 black for a sorcery at uncommon. It says create a tapped 1/1 black rat creature token for each creature card in your graveyard. And this has a really cool flashback cost. It's the same. It's flashback for 2 black, which they don't do that often. So you can pay. So if you have like 3 creatures in your yard, you can pay 4 mana, get 3 1/1s, and then do it again the next turn. That does add up really quickly. If you're getting 1, it's very clearly not worth it. If you're getting 2 rats, I would say it's still under the threshold. And I think that when you get to 3, you're kind of in business, and anything above that's good. So once again, you're probably talking about a deck that's trying to get to Threshold, and this is like collateral damage from that, because this doesn't care if you're at Threshold or not, but it does care how many creatures you end up with in your yard. If I could get to 3 consistently, I'm playing Revenge of the Rats. It also has the added benefit of flashback with what we talked about earlier, where if you happen to, let's say you play your Billowing Shriek Mass and you mill Revenge of the Rats in a creature and you already had another creature. Oh, okay. Well, now it's getting free-ish, right, to flash it back, and you just get to get the benefit. So I like it. I think that it has a build around tendency. You would not want to just rely on your creatures naturally dying to do this. I would want to have ways to either sacrifice, mill, loot, discard my creatures, and I'd want to be going probably for the Threshold deck. But if I am, I'm in for Revenge of the Rat. So I'd give it like a build around B. I think you really want it in that deck, and I think the other decks probably doesn't keep up quite enough. Next is Soul Shackled Zombie. This is 3 and a black for a 4/2 zombie at common. It says, when this creature enters, exile up to 2 target cards from a single graveyard. If at least one creature card was exiled this way, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Not great. So you got a 4 mana 4/2. That's already pretty bad. You really want to hit your opponent's yard with this. Like everything we've seen from black says that you want creatures in your own graveyard. Macabre Waltz, Revenge of the Rats, just Threshold in general. All this stuff kind of leads you towards wanting to have these things around. So if you have to do this and you have to hit your own graveyard, it's kind of a bummer. A drain of 2 is nice, but I just think the stats of a 4 mana 4/2 with no extra abilities probably isn't enough. I'd give Soul Shackled Zombie a D. I think that the body's just not quite there. Next is Zombify. So this is 3 and a black for a sorcery at uncommon. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. It's a little difficult to rate Zombify without having done the rares and mythics review, which we're going to do next week. You want to try to get at least even mana for what you're paying. So like you want to get something that plays at least at the 4-drop level. And of course the dream is to get something that's like 7 mana or 6 mana for your 4. If you have to get a 3, it's okay. If you have to get 2 or below, it's really quite bad to be zombifying. But I have to have faith that like if you are self-milling, if you are going for threshold, that having a zombify in your deck probably is on like net worth it. It's probably plus for you, especially if you do happen to have a bomb that you might mill, regardless of mana cost, just one really important great creature or 2, some good uncommons and a good rare would also fill that role. So I would start off that if I'm in the threshold or self-mill or discard deck, I would probably do want to zombify. And if I don't, I wouldn't play it. So I'm going to give it a build around grade, and I'd give it a build around B- for that deck, though we'll really know next week when we look at the rares and mythics to know if there's some like insane stuff to get back. Next is Tragic Banshee. This is 4 and a black for a 5/3 spirit at uncommon. It has Morbid, and it says when this creature enters, target creature an opponent controls gets -1/-1 until end of turn. That just happens. But if a creature died this turn, then that creature gets, okay, upgrade, -13/-13 instead. Wow, that's a huge difference. So it goes from probably pick off like a 1 toughness creature if there happens to be one to kill anything. But this does suffer greatly from the issue that Luis and I talked about earlier, which is that they have used a little bit of a different Morbid design with this set, which is that it triggers at the end of your end step if Morbid happened. This one doesn't. This one is like, has a creature died this turn, when this ETBs, this thing happens where it gets this massive upgrade. They threw you a bone by giving you the -1/-1 in case it doesn't, in case you can't do Morbid. So maybe you get a little something out of it, but you're getting an understated creature, 5 mana 5/3. Man, that is so good though if you trigger it. It really is. I mean, it just kills anything. I'm going to go with my gut, and my gut is that Morbid is still very, very difficult to trigger and that you won't be able to do this on command or as often as you'd like. And I'm going to downgrade it a little bit for that. If the -1/-1 ends up killing things most of the time and you get to kind of free roll the Morbid, then this card will go up a lot in my mind. I just don't have a sense for the format enough to know if the -1/-1's a real thing or if it's just kind of a throw in. So I'm going to give it a C. But this card could really easily be a B if the Morbid part ends up being easily triggered, or if the -1/-1 actually kills things relatively commonly, then it would be at least a B. So I would keep my eye on that one. That's one that I think is going to be a big mover early in the format. We're either going to say, oh, Tragic Banshee is amazing, or it looked good on paper, but it didn't really come together, and we'll have to wait and find out. Next is Vampire Soulcaller. This is 4 and a black for a 3/2 Vampire Warlock at common. It has flying, but it can't block. So 5 mana 3/2 flying can't block. And it says when it enters, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Wow. So it's a Gravedigger, but it's a weird one. It costs an extra mana and you get an extra point of power and flying, but it can't ever block. Man, these type of cards just need time typically, right? Like you play this 5 mana card, and then even if it's just a stupid 2/2, like you block with it or you double block with it, and then you play the card that you got back and you can kind of, generate advantage. So this not being able to block's a big deal, but I can't imagine it being bad. Like it still chips in really nicely. If you're at parity or ahead, you're going to be really happy. This is like one of the best top decks you could probably have at that spot, especially at common. I'm going to give Vampire Soulcaller a C+. It might be a B-. I think it's really, the not blocking is going to really matter, but you just can't deny a 5 mana, 3-powered flyer that grave digs. That's just a lot of value for a common. Last black card is called Arbiter of Woe, and this is 4 black for a 5/4 demon at uncommon, and it says, as an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature. It has flying, and it says, when this creature enters, each opponent discards a card and loses 2 life. You draw a card and gain 2 life. Okay, well, that's amazing. Maybe amazing strong, but that's really good. Sacrificing a creature in black looks like it'll be easy, right? We started off with cards like Reassembling Skeleton, Burglar Rat, and Infestation Sage as kind of fodder for these type of things. And, this thing does pay you back. You sacrifice like your worst thing, a rat token from Revenge of the Rat, something like that. And you get a 5/4 flying that, has this massive effect. They discard a card and lose 2 life, and you draw a card and gain 2 life. I mean, that's a huge swing. Excuse me. I had to sneeze. I think it would be worth it. I'm going to give B to Arbiter of Woe and just assume that you're going to be able to figure out a way to get that sacrifice down. Because if you do, it's huge. God, making them discard a card at that stage of the game is such a huge deal too. Okay. That's our last black card. So that brings us to artifacts and lands. And let's see what we've got. Where are the lands? Maybe they're after this. Oh, here they are. Okay, cool. So our first artifact is Adventuring Gear. This is an uncommon for 1 mana, and it's an equipment. And you equip it for 1. So you play it, equip it for 1, and then it has landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, equipped creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. This is also from Zendikar, but Zendikar was where they introduced landfall, and they had a lot of ways to enable it. So the question is, because this is a good aggressive card, like it's cheap to equip, and you're going to be playing lands anyway, and all of a sudden your creature's slamming. The times when it gets dumb is when you get an extra land into play, so the creature gets +4/+4 until end of turn, sometimes even at instant speed, that type of thing. I would lean towards yes on Adventuring Gear, even if you're only playing 1 land a turn. This is a really good play on turn 1. Then you play a 2-drop. Then on turn 3, you equip this, play a land, smash, and then play another 2-drop, like for a low curve aggro deck. That's a very common play sequence that's really hard to deal with, because the next turn you're playing a land too, And so I like it. I would give Adventuring Gear a B-, even if you can't triggered a bunch of times. Just as a curve out card in an aggro deck, it's really strong. Next is Fishing Pole. That's cool. It's 1 mana for an artifact, another equipment, and it's uncommon. The equip cost is 2, and it says equipped creature has 1 tap Fishing Pole. So you pay 1 mana, tap the thing, and tap the Fishing Pole, and you put a bait counter on Fishing Pole. And it says, whenever equipped creature becomes untapped, remove a bait counter from this equipment. That's great. I was going to say, don't tell me you get a fish. You do. If you do, create a 1/1 blue fish creature token. Okay, so how does this actually play out? So you play this thing on turn 1, you play a few creatures, then later on you put it on a creature, and then you have to pay a mana, tap the creature, and then you tap Fishing Pole, but that doesn't really matter. I think that's just for flavor. And then on your turn, it untaps and you get a 1/1. That seems slow, clunky, and like not an amazing payoff to me. I could see it being this kind of annoying engine that you could set up, But I would start off pessimistic on Fishing Pole. I would give it a D and kind of see how it plays out. I imagine this against an assertive deck, and it feels like you're going to get absolutely ran over if you're messing around with your Fishing Pole instead of just casting creatures and removing theirs. But I could see in a mid-range standoff or a control decks that this thing could generate quite a bit of advantage over time. But I would start off with D on Fishing Pole. Looks a little slow. Next is Campus Guide. This is 2 mana for a 2/1 artifact creature golem. It is a common, and when it enters, you may search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, then shuffle and put that card on top of your library. This type of card usually doesn't do well. I think if you're trying to fix mana colors, you generally want to be in green and ramping instead of doing this. The cost of playing like basically a do-nothing 2/1 for 2 mana just to set up your next land drop usually isn't worth it. So I would say D or maybe even F for Campus Guide. I could be missing something, but this type of card generally isn't very good. Next is Gleaming Barrier. This is 2 mana for a 0/4 wall with Defender. It's common. And when the Gleaming Barrier dies, you get a treasure token. I would not be looking to play very many Gleaming Barriers. You want your 2 mana defensive speed creatures to trade for their early stuff, not to just soak up a combat step from them over and over again. One combat trick and your Gleaming Barrier is gone. Yeah, you get a treasure as a bonus, but you don't get to control when or how that happens. So my guess is that Gleaming Barrier is not going to be a thing. You know, Delirium isn't here, so having a random artifact creature that's 2 types doesn't really matter. So I would just say D or F for Gleaming Barrier as well. Next is Gold Vein Pick. This is 2 mana for an equipment artifact. It is common. Equip cost is just 1. And it says, whenever a equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, create a treasure token. There are some times when this type of card can be good. And it gets +1/+1 if I didn't say that. Sorry. There are times when this type of card can be good. The treasure token can really help curve out for aggressive decks. You do get +1/+1, so it can help your creature get through. You're a little less excited to pay 2 mana up front, but you're pretty stoked to only have to pay 1 to move this thing around. I would give this a D. Not a D or an F, but a D. I think it's a card that occasionally we'll see play in some certain types of builds, but generally speaking, you'll want to avoid. Next is Quick Draw Katana. Wow, tons of equipment here. This is a 2 mana artifact equipment, again at common. Equip cost is 2. So 2 to cast, 2 to equip. During your turn, equipped creature gets +2/+0 and has first strike. Yeah, that's tough. This is one of those things where, you know, it's kind of the rich get richer. Like if you're able to attack well, then this helps you. If you weren't, it might unlock that for you. But in all of the times that you were behind or this doesn't do that, it does nothing. Like it actually does not. Like if you equip this and it's not your turn, it just doesn't do anything. And that to me is too big of a cost to pay. You don't want to leverage your deck in ways that are like assuming that you're going to be attacking. Again, this does help you get to that point, so it's better than that. But I would be really worried putting this card in my deck that if I just found myself in a situation where I was a bit behind, it wouldn't really do that much. So I would give Quick Draw Katana in that DF range. D. I would just give it a D. If you're really aggressive, +2/+0 first strike does unlock attacks you may not otherwise have, so you could probably play it. Let's see. Next is Ravenous Amulet. This is 2 mana for an artifact at uncommon. You can pay 1 mana, tap it, and sack a creature to draw a card and put a soul counter on this artifact at sorcery speed. And you can pay 4 mana, tap it, and sacrifice this artifact to have each opponent lose life equal to the number of soul counters on this artifact. I wonder why this is here. You know, we were talking earlier about that the sacrifice thing wasn't really a big deal. And there have been a few cards that we've seen on the back end here that have helped it. But this is just way, way, way too slow. Like you can't sacrifice creatures for cards at the cost of mana and expect to really stay ahead. And then, I don't know, are you really going to win the game off of it? This card looks really bad to me unless you, for some reason, need a sacrifice outlet. Yeah, I would give Ravenous Amulet either an F, just straight up, or a build around D, like if you just had to have a sack outlet for some reason. Next is Swiftfoot Boots. This is 2 mana for another equipment. My Lord, there's a lot of equipment here. This is an uncommon. The equip cost is only 1, and the equipped creature gets hexproof and haste. Interesting card. So we talked earlier about giving haste to creatures the turn that they ETB, and that the ways that you want to do it don't cost mana. This one does, and that means, because the equip cost is 1, that means that you're always off curve. Your 4-drop has haste, but it costs you 5 mana to get to that point. So did it really catch up? Are you really that much better off? Not generally. It doesn't augment combat in the sense that there's no trample, first strike, flying, anything like that. It does give it hexproof, which can be annoying and can be a little better if you've got bombs that have text on them that kind of say the longer I'm on the battlefield, the better your chance of winning is. So this card is not unplayable, but I am down on Swiftfoot Boots. I don't prioritize it. I don't think it's generally worth a card in a deck, and I'd give it a D. Next is Burnished Heart. Oh, I remember this one. Golden Elmer. This is 3 mana for a 2/2 artifact creature elk. It's uncommon, and you can pay 3 mana and sacrifice it to search your library for up to 2 basic land cards, put them onto the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. This is a turbo, okay, so here's a double landfall trigger. This is also a way to fix and ramp your mana in a pretty major way. You also can play this thing, go on your turn, do something, leave up 3 mana, go, block, sack. They can't really ever kill it if you have 3 mana up. So you can soak up like a few damage and go get your lands. I feel like you're going to want a reason for this. Like you're playing a ramp deck, you're a big green deck, you are splashing a bunch of stuff, or you have a bunch of landfall somehow. I don't think you want just to have this. I don't think that you necessarily want to just play this to play it and that's it, though it's not that far off. I would give Burnished Heart a C, but that's kind of building in a little bit of you're splashing, or the extra mana is going to definitely be useful for you or something. But that being said, you can definitely just put Burnished Heart in your deck if you want, and your worst case scenario of getting a couple of lands and doing that stuff isn't that bad. If you're a little short on playable, Burnished Heart is an easy include. Just to optimize it, you kind of need to be taking advantage of each of the things, and the reason for that is simple. It's a 3 mana 2/2. That's not good. And it costs 3 extra mana to sacrifice it and search. So that's not efficient either. So you kind of need to push yourself to have a reason. Next is Heraldic Banner. This is 3 mana for an artifact and uncommon. It says, as this artifact enters, choose a color. Creatures you control of the chosen color get +1/+0, and you can tap it to add 1 mana of the chosen color. Typically very good in decks that are heavily skewed towards one color and that are looking to attack and that usually can go wide. So think of, red, white, but it's almost mono white with a few red cards. That's where Heraldic Banner could be really good. If you are split down the middle, generally speaking, Heraldic Banner is not worth it. If it's only pumping half of your creatures and then your opponent goes, well, I'll kill one of them because the banner's actually mattering for it, then you can get rid of it. So I would call this a build around card. I would give it a C+. It's pretty good if you can build towards it, but you do need to be heavily skewed towards one color of creatures in your deck to make it worth it, I think. All right, Juggernaut's back. Juggernaut, 4 mana, 5/3 artifact creature. Juggernaut, it's uncommon. It attacks each combat if able, and it can't be blocked by walls. I think we only saw 1 or 2 walls in this set, so that probably doesn't matter. But this card's actually good. Yes, not being able to choose whether it attacks or not is annoying, but the play pattern actually helps it out a lot. So it's only 4 mana. And it's a 5/3. And the turn you play it can block. It just sits there. So they're always like, well, do I want to attack my 4/4 into this and give them the option of trading? And if you want to get rid of it, you just block. And if they don't want to give you that option because they know that the Juggernaut has to attack next turn and then they can get in with their 4/4 or whatever, they may just wait. So now the Juggernaut saved you 4 life. And if they do attack, you can just simply block and trade. And the 5 power means that when it does have to attack every turn, it is very rare that it runs into something that just eats it. There's not a lot of 5/6s around or whatever that are just cool, I get to eat your Juggernaut, and that weren't there when you cast it. Because remember, this is a 4-drop. This is always the biggest thing on the battlefield on turn 4, unless your opponent's, messing around with some mythics or something. And they can't just take 5. Like they take 5. It's like, okay, I'll take it. I'll hit you back. You're like, okay, attack with it again. And you're like, trade or take 5. Those are your 2 options. And those are not good options for your opponent. So I like Juggernaut. There are some decks that I wouldn't play it in probably, but it's like some narrow stuff like the blue-black deck or whatever, where you just really don't want to have a creature or a spell in your deck that just leaves you open and isn't part of your primary game plan. But for the most part, you can just play it. It's played really well in other core sets it's been in, or other, kind of basic sets. It was in Dominaria. It was pretty good, I remember. And that was a slow set that you wouldn't think it would be good. And in aggressive decks, it's awesome. Like you play this thing on 4 and guess what? You are going to turn it sideways every turn anyway. So I'm going to go B- on Juggernaut. If you get to play it out on curve, it is actually really good and demands at least a 1-for-1 from your opponent, or they just get smashed. Last artifact is Meteor Golem. This is a good litmus test. So this is 7 mana for a 3/3 artifact creature at uncommon. And when it enters, destroy target non-land permanent an opponent controls, meaning you can blow up a creature, an artifact, enchantment, planeswalker. You can hit anything except for a land. And this card has been in multiple sets and it has varied a lot. Sometimes it's quite good. Again, it's 7 mana, so you do need a ramp towards it, generally speaking. But when it hits, it's like, dang, blow up your best thing. I get a 3/3 body left over. I'm stable now. Like this was the card that I needed to get back in the game. But sometimes the format's too fast and the idea of getting to 7 mana either isn't feasible at all, or it's only for the ramp decks. But again, if the format's really fast, the ramp decks don't do well either, because they need to take a turn off on turn 3 or 4 to play a ramp spell and they just get ran over. So there's kind of collateral damage there. If the format isn't super fast and you're playing a deck that has some mana acceleration, especially, Meteor Golem's really good. Like it's a B. But if the format is fast, it literally goes to like a D, like a card that you often just don't even put in your deck at all. From what we've seen, this looks like it's in the middle. So I'm going to go B- on Meteor Golem, and just with the caveat that you would much rather have a way to power it out a little bit. Okay, so what do we have for lands? It looks like we have the cycle of the gain lands here. So Tranquil Cove is the one I'll use as the example. It's a land, it's common, it enters tapped. When it enters, you gain a life, and it taps for blue or white. And there is the full cycle here for that. So all 10 of them are present. And don't overlook these. They're really good. 2 things to keep in mind. 1, remember your mana base probably is worse than you think it is. If you're running a 9/7 or a 9/8 mana base or whatever, these are like by Magic standards, they're not good mana. It's just what we have to do for limited. So if you're in blue-white and you can pick up a Tranquil Cove, that will help your mana out a lot, especially if you play it on turn 1. So these are worth picking up in that way. And the other thing to keep in mind is these gain lands, they are commons and you will often play multiples. And if you gain 2 or 3 life just from playing your lands in a game, that's a big difference. It doesn't feel like a lot, but it is big. Just by gaining 2 life, that's 10% up on your life total. I mean, it really does change things and make the game go longer if people are constantly playing gain lands, especially if they end up being high picks, which they have been in some of the formats that they've been printed in before. They were in Neon Dynasty and March of the Machine. So these are probably my favorite all-time common dual lands for limited, because they do stretch the game a little bit and they make it just a little bit more interesting. So don't overlook these. They probably should be picked at about the C or C+ level. And then if you are splashing or playing straight up 3 colors, I don't know how viable that is in the format, but if that is a thing, then they're even, firmly in the C+ category. Evolving Wilds, Luis mentioned it before. It's a common land. You can tap it, sacrifice it to search your library for a basic land card to put it on the battlefield, tapped, and then shuffle. So these are good for fixing. I will almost always play one of these, even just in my 2-color decks, just as fixing. And then there were a few landfall cards, and Evolving Wilds with landfall is really good. Evolving Wilds with Threshold is also good. So that'll help fill up your graveyard, kind of for free. So keep that in mind for those type of archetypes. But honestly, if I'm just like a blue-red deck, I'll play one Evolving Wilds just for fixing. So I would pick it as well at the C level, and you could probably never quite gets to C+, but like you favor it maybe even a little bit more if you're in those two archetypes or doing those two things that I mentioned before. Next is Rogue's Passage. This is a land at uncommon. It taps to add colorless, and you can pay 4 mana, tap it to have target creature can't be blocked this turn. This card's always tempting. It always makes you think, oh, I could just throw that in and get myself a little free win, if I'm playing green or something like that. That is not completely impossible, but it's almost never worth it in my experience to mess up your mana. Go back to what I just said. Your mana is worse than you think it is if you're playing 9-8 or 10-7, and Rogue's Passage makes it even worse than that. So while it may seem kind of free-ish and it could steal a game here or there that maybe you wouldn't have been able to steal, so you might be tempted, my guess is that on average, this messes up your mana enough that it's actually the opposite, that you are going to win less on average because of mana issues from Rogue's Passage than you're going to win from activating it and attacking. So I would give Rogue's Passage a D. Maybe if you're a big ramp deck, maybe if you have a whole bunch of extra mana floating around and your mana is amazing, you could afford it, but it should be the exception, not the rule. Last card is Secluded Courtyard. This is a land at uncommon. As it enters, you choose a creature type. This land taps for colorless, or it taps for add 1 mana of any color, spend this mana only to cast a creature spell of the chosen type, or activate an ability of a creature source of the chosen type. Probably wouldn't play it. Maybe there's an Elves deck that seemed to be a thing. Angels, they pushed a little bit. Maybe there's a world where I have enough creatures that fit the criteria that I'd run a Secluded Courtyard, but let's just say I'm pessimistic. Most limited decks have a range of creature types that don't overlap enough. I would want 8, 9 or something, creatures of that type to even consider the Courtyard. Maybe 10. It's just not, I just don't see it realistically happening. So I'd give the Courtyard an F. You're just not getting enough juice for the squeeze. And the times when it doesn't produce any colors of mana and you're just sitting there not able to cast a spell, you're probably going to be pretty bummed. I wouldn't be surprised to see this on the battlefield every once in a while. It probably is more like a D or something, but I for the purposes of the set review, I would say avoid. Man, I'm kind of stoked for this set. I know Luis is too. I could tell by the way he was talking about the cards and stuff. We haven't had a true palette cleanser set like this in a while. We did have AFR, but that ended up being somewhat needlessly complicated. It felt a little bit, dungeons and stuff were kind of weird. This really does feel like an old core set. And those had a purity to them that was really nice. It really was. It was right, removal still matters and creatures still matter and combat's what's important. And it wasn't 100 lines of text on every card and everything going crazy. I wouldn't go back. I wouldn't want only core set, but an occasional one like this, I'm in. And I think I'm actually pretty excited to try this out. Though, as Luis warned, it will be a lot different than Duskmourn. That is going to do it for this one. Thanks so much for hanging out with me and Luis and just me for this last stretch. If you want to find us on social media, Marshall_LR and Luis is LSV. You can find everything related to the podcast at lrcast.com, including links to all of our stuff, Luis's YouTube channel, etc. We want to thank our sponsor, Ultimate Guard. Again, you can go to ultimateguard.com to check out their full range of products. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it, Ultimate Guard. And of course, you via the Patreon, patreon.com/limited resources for that. That is going to do it for this one. Very likely that the twins will have arrived by next week and that Luis will be out for a stretch of time. And we're going to have, as we mentioned, Paul Cheon and other friends and guests come on. We didn't get to have Sirkovitz on for the Duskmourn thing because honestly, because this set came up faster than we remembered. And we tried to cram in. It's funny. I'll just tell you real quick, but we tried to cram in some of the sets that we do every cycle with Luis while he was still here, like the Q&A, and we bumped up the draft walkthrough and stuff. But it ended up being that we just needed to be on that schedule anyway because of foundations that just kind of, we didn't properly account for when it was going to come calendar wise. So it actually ended up being good, but it did mean that we didn't have room for Sutcliffe to come on for that one. But we will have him come on for sure for foundations and get his thoughts on that type of stuff. Anyway, that's going to do it for this one. We'll be back next week with the rare and mythic rare review, and we'll see you then. Well, I didn't really have a sign-off plan because Luis kind of had to bail. But I think it's a good time to take a moment to say, to wish well Luis and Gabby and their growing family, and to tell him that I think it's awesome that he's having twins. The 2-for-1 that he didn't expect is going to be pretty cool, and to congratulate them and say that we're looking forward as a group. Me and you, all of our listeners, are looking forward to the expansion of the brood, as he put it. Congrats, Luis and Gabby, and to everybody else in their family.